If you are a beginner or a senior developer that wants a new challenge, then you are in the right place. In this step-by-step guide, you're going to build Mira, a complete project management application which I'm going to show you in just a minute. By building this app, you're going to improve your skills in Next.js, know best and common practice used on programming, and much more. The stack that we are going to use in this project is Next.js, Prisma, SQL, and much more. Alright, that's enough talk. Now I'm going to show you the wall application working. And before showing you the wall application working, I just want to mention that I have a free web community that you can engage with all the members and ask for help if you ever get stuck. Now I want to show you the demo of the app. As soon as you open the app, you're going to see this beautiful landing page. There's not too much in there, but there's here a button that says get started that we can click, and this is going to take us to a login page that we made with Auth0. So let me continue with Google, and as soon as I choose the account, I get redirected to the app page. Okay, so here we have a create new project button that we can click. This is going to take us to this page where we can create the project. So let's say that I want to create a project for school. Okay, so here I create an upload image, and then here I can select the image that I want. I can give it a name, so school project, like so, and I can even select an emoji here. So I'm going to choose this one. I can even add a description, and I can even invite members, but for now I'm going to just leave like this. So you can see here that we also have validation. So it says string must contain at least 30 characters. So I'm going to say this is a school project for me and my friends. And let me click on create, and after doing that you can see that I get redirected to the home page where I can see all of my projects. So this is the project that I just created. You can see here the title, description, and the number of members. In our case we just have one there, that it's me, the creator. So I'm gonna click on the project and we are going to be redirected to the project page. Okay, and you can also notice that the project is shown here in the left sidebar. Okay, so as soon as you get here, you're going to see here this navbar with the emoji, the title, and the number of members. You can search members here, and this is going to search for the members, and you can also edit your project, but for now we're just going to leave like this. Okay, and here you can also see a description, the image, and also the text section. Okay, so for the text section we have 3 ways of seeing the text. We have a table, a calendar, and a Draggble. All right, so let's start with the table, but for now we have to create a new task. So here I'm going to say, for example, study for maths. Okay, and I'm going to pick a date that I want to do this task. For example, for 12th of February, and I'm going to say that I'm still starting and this task is for me. Okay, so here you can assign a task. So I'm going to assign this task to myself. So it says that this task is assigned to me, and I can also give a description. So all right, so now I'm going to click here on create, and you can immediately see that this new task was created. Okay, so here you can see the title, the status, and also the assigned to, and also the due date. When you hover on the title, you can see more information, and you can also edit the task. Okay, so for example, study for science, for example. When I click here edit, you can immediately see that this was edited. Okay, we also have the calendar view. Okay, so as you saw here, we have the due date to 12th of February. And when you go here to the calendar, you can see that the task is on the right place. Again, you can click here on the task and you can get even more information about it, and you can also edit right here. Okay, and the final part is the Draggble. Okay, so here we view by the date, and here we view by the status. Okay, so you can see that this task is on starting status, and if I drag, for example, to in progress, you can see that now it changes the status. All right, okay, so as I said here, this is a school project for me and my friends, but I only have myself on the project. How do we add new people to a project? Okay, so we click here on edit, and here on the members section I can invite a new member. So let me try to add another member here, and I click invite, and you can see a new user was added to your members. All right, so now I'm going to click here on this page, which is just going to update my project. Okay, so now here you see instead of one I have two members, and I also can see them right here. Okay, so now I'm going to create a new project, and I'm going to invite this member, and I'm going to click here on invite, and this is going to search for the member, and I can say like do the homework. I can pick a date. I can say that is for tomorrow. When I click on create, you can see that the task was added right here. Okay, so let me log in with this account so you can see in another perspective. I am logged in with my other account, and you can see that I have a bunch of projects here. So let me click here on the school project, the one that I was invited, and you can see here the project. Okay, so but as soon as you go here, you can see two differences. Here we cannot edit or delete the project since the project is not mine. But for example, this example project, that is this one, I can delete because I'm the one who created. And also the only thing that I can do here is create a new task. Okay, so if I say like for example task 1 and add a description here, so now you can see that I can delete or edit the project because I'm the one who made it. So only the person who made the task or the person who's the owner of the project can edit or delete tasks. So this is the project, and I hope you enjoy it, and now it's time to build it. So the first step is to open here a terminal and use make directory, so we can make another directory, and the name of the project is Mira, like this. Okay, so you can do it like manually, create here a folder, but just to look more fancy, I'm going to do this on the terminal. And then I'm going to go inside of this folder, so inside of Mira, and then I'm going to use code dot to open Visual Studio Code. There we go. So by the way, the terminal that I'm using, it's Hyper, so it's a terminal, and then to open it you just say here open Hyper here, and then it's going to open in the current location. Alright, so now with the project open, what we can do is create the Next.js project. So it's going to be npx create next app latest on the current folder. Alright, so this is going to install all of the dependencies and everything that we need for Next.js. So install here and say to proceed. We're going to use TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS. I'm not going to use any src directory. I'm going to go with the app router. Asking if you want to use turbo pack. This is actually a new feature from Next.js, but I'm going to say no for now. Right, and then for the import alias, I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to use the @import alias symbol. Alright, so now you just gotta let it run, and yeah. Alright, all of the dependencies that we need, it's here. And now that we have Next.js installed in our project, we are going to use, alright, so now we're going to use ShadCN, and to do this we're going to use npx ShadCN latest init, like this, and this is going to initialize the ShadCN in our project. Alright, so it's asking which style do we want to use. I'm going to say default, and for the base color I'm going to say zinc. Alright, so would you like to use SCS variables for theming? I'm going to say yes, and there we go. So it's giving us a warning message. It looks like you are using React 19. Some packages might fail to install due to peer dependencies issues in npm. So actually Next.js updated, and now instead of Next.js 14 it's Next.js 15, and with this we also have React 19. Right, so this is actually a new version from Next.js, and some of the packages that ShadCN uses are not up to date with this new version of Next.js. Alright, so but anyways, we're going to say to force the installation, so I'm going to use force to install the dependencies. Some packages or some components that we install may not work because of this, what I'm saying, because of the version that we're using for React, but I think we can go over it. All right, so the project that I done on the original product or the original website that I done is not on Next.js 15, it's Next.js 14 and React 18, so it's one version below, but I think we can go over it. All right, so now with the dependencies installed, we can use npm run dev to start the project in our environment. And there we go. So now our project is live on localhost 3000 and we can start building it. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do already is, all right guys, so this is me from the future. Just to say that while I was developing the app, I was using Next.js 15 and I found a lot of bugs that couldn't be solved, so I decided to go back to the old version of Next.js 14. All right, so the following cut is going to be a tutorial how to go back to the old version of Next.js. All right, and the first thing that you have to do is first delete this not modules file. Okay, so you have to close Visual Studio Code, and then you go to the folder, and then you just delete here not modules file folder. All right, some of the parts of the tutorial I'll still be using Next.js 15, but this is what you should be doing. You should go back to Next.js 14 and you're not going to find any bugs. And then on my GitHub, you go to my package.json. Okay, so I'm going to leave the description link, the link on the description. All right, so you're going to find here package.json. You're going to copy here the raw file, and then you go back. Then you just need to go back to Visual Studio Code and paste this here. All right, so as soon as you do that, you can open your terminal again and run npm run dev. Okay, so make sure you install first the libraries. Okay, so npm install. All right, Next.js npm done installing all of the dependencies, and now what we're going to do is say npm run dev. So with this, hopefully you can fix the error. This home page that you can see here. All right, as you can see, it's a very simple home page. I'm not going to go over the styles. If you want, you can even copy from my from the GitHub repository. So here on the app and then page, we can start removing everything that we got here. So we're just going to use Ctrl A to select everything. So Ctrl A to select everything, and then delete, so I can delete it. All right, and then I'm going to use the command rfc to create me a functional component. And if you cannot do that, it's likely because you don't have it's maybe because you don't have that extension installed. All right, so make sure you install AS7 React Redux blah blah blah, blah React Native snippets. All right, so they have here a bunch of commands that you can use. I don't know where is it, but yeah, they have a lot of commands that you can use to speed up your development experience. All right, so rfc to create the component, and then I'm going to give the name of home. This is the original name that was on the page, and now you can see it right here. So home, very nice. All right, nice. So now that we have the home component, I would suggest you to install, like, to copy the home page, because there's nothing too crazy going on the home page, and doing this by hand would just speed down the process. All right, so actually what I've done, so in the description you're going to find an assets link where you can find assets to speed up here the process. In one of them that you're going to find is the home page. All right, so inside of the assets you're going to find here the home page. All right, so what you can do is just copy it and go back to the project and paste it down here. All right, so doing this, you're going to have this page already in your project. All right, so this is giving you an error saying components blah 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 UI button. This is because you don't have the button installed. All right, so to add the button, we'll say npx add button. All right, npx shadcn latest add button. This is going to install the button in our project. If you don't know what shadcn is basically a library to have to give us built-in components, right, which we can change later. All right, so he's asking us, would you like to proceed? So I'm going to use force once more. Is because of the dependencies that we have. right? So with this you have it here. So now you have here this home page that you can see, which is looking very good. And as you can see, the only thing that it has is a broken image that we are going to fix in a minute, and it has here a nav bar and here a hero. All right, so nothing more than that. This is why I'm saying that we should not be wasting our times building this, since it's not going to be very important for the project. All right, so the difference that you see here from the original product is the styles. All right, so the styles that I use, I went here to themes on Chatien, and then I say customize, and then I chose here the orange color, and I don't know which radius I've used. So I think for the radius I've used 1 for the radius, and then for the mode I use light. All right, so doing this is going to give you a code here, which you can say here copy code. All right, so now with this code you can go here to globals and just remove the and just replace here the other layer that you used to have here. So just paste it, and there we go. Now we have the styles, and you can see that it's more like, it's looking like, now you can see that it's more similar to the original product. Right, so one thing that you see here is the image, the logo is broken, so we're just going to fix that real quick. So again, on the project assets, you're going to find here the logo. So the only thing that you need to do is drag this logo inside of the public folder. All right, so make sure you do that, and now once you do that, you can just refresh the page, and now you can see the logo in the page. All right, so very nice. All right, so with this we have our home page created, and we can start doing the actual app or the application. So the first thing that we are going to do is go here inside of the app directory, and we're going to open here a new folder, which is going to be app, right? And or better, we can rename it to private, like this, private, and create here a new folder, which is also going to be public, like this. And okay, so now this fonts, blah blah blah, 5 icon and everything is going to be inside of public. Okay, so I'm going to move everything to public, and then here on the private, I'm going to create here a layout.tsx with a rfc like this. So layout like this, and of course you gotta have the children, so children like this. Basically it's better just to copy here the original layout and put it right here. All right, so and then inside of this private, I'm going to create here a new folder, which is going to be the app, and then page.tsx, and inside of the page.tsx I'm going to create here a normal page and say, hey, this is a private page. And why do I say that's private? Well, this is because this page is only accessible to authenticated users, right? So for example, if I go to /app, you should see the page that you created, but it's saying blah 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 is not found. Okay, so this is because of the fonts that we have here. So instead of the public, I'm going to here put inside of the app, so it's going to be different. It's going to be accessible to the both. So here the layout, I think we have to change it now. Okay, so here instead of 1 dot is going to be 2 dots, and also here the same thing, so 2 dots in here. And also here on the private, instead of 1 dot is going to be 2 dots, so it's going to actually find the file that we are looking for. All right, not only that, for same thing for the globals, it's not going to be inside of public, it's going to be inside of app, so it's going to be accessible to the both. So here instead of 1 dot is going to be 2 dots, and also on the other layout it's going to be 2 dots. All right, so with this, if you go to /app, you should see, hey, this is a private page, which is wrong because we are not authenticated on the app, right? So only the authenticated users should see this page. All right, so what we're going to do is create the authentication system to only the authenticated users can go to this page. right? So let me go back to the home page. All right, there we go. And the first thing that we're going to do is set up the authentication. And for authentication, I am going to use Auth0. All right, so Auth0 is a library that we can use to set up authentication very quickly. So it's actually my first time using. It's not my first time, it's my second time, because I've used it on the original app, but it's like my first time using it. And I'm going to give you my honest opinion. I didn't like it. All right, so there's things that could be better, or like the callbacks when a user signs on the app, it should have like a callback, things that I would expect to have. I mean, it has on the library, but the way that you do it, I just don't like it to use. On the feature projects, I'm not going to use Auth0. Maybe I'm going to use Cleric. There is another alternative for authentication, but I also never use Cleric. I'm going to see how it is, and hopefully it's better than Auth0. But for this project, I'm going to use Auth0. And the thing that I like about Auth0 is that you don't have to have credentials for example, Google provider, right? So for example, if I use like better Auth for Next.js, what you have to do is go to Google and create a new credentials for your app. All right, so with Auth0 you don't have to worry about that, and Auth0 is actually very fast to set up. All right, so this is one thing that I like about Auth0. All right, so let's start. All right, so here I'm going to click on sign up, and once you do this, it's going to take you to this page. All right, so now you have continue with Google or continue with GitHub is your option. I'm going to continue with Google, and now it's going to ask you the account type, and it's going to say, are you creating this account or on behalf of company or other? I'm going to say other and click next. All right, now that you do that, you see that you have access to the welcome page. All right, so this welcome page is where you're going to set up the project. All right, so to set up the project, you need to go here to applications, and inside of applications you're going to create application right here. So click create application, and you're going to select here on regular web applications and then hit create. Right, so then it's going to say what technology are you using for your project, and then you can say Next.js because it's the thing that we are using. All right, so with this is going to give you a step-by-step guide that you can follow to have your project running. Okay, so I'm going to go over it with you guys. All right, so so the thing that I'm going to do is going to duplicate this step, because we need to go here on the settings for the project. Okay, so here on settings. All right, so let's start. So you need the following information: domain, client ID, client secret. All right, so this is the thing that we need, is right here. We're going to store it later, and then configure callback URL. So callback is already. All right, so this is going to be the callback URL. All right, so here go to the settings, and then go to allowed callback URLs and put this one right here. And then for the logout URLs, I'm going to put the same, but it's going to finish with localhost 3000 like this. And now what you have to do is install the Auth0 Next.js SDK. All right, so let me open here the terminal. So use Ctrl+J to open the terminal, and then use npm install Auth0 next Auth0. All right, so this is going to install the libraries that you need. The REO very quickly is installed, and now we can keep going with the step guide. All right, and now it's saying to configure the .env, and one thing that I like is that it gives you the Auth0 thing right here very quickly. All right, so you just have to create here a .env.local file and then paste it down here. All right, so this is the base URL that we set up, the issue base URL. This is in case there's some error on the login. This is going to take you to this issue URL, and then there's this client ID, and the client secret is the same that you got here on the settings of your project. So they did this for you. They just paste it for you down here. All right, and it needs here a secret for generate 332 bytes value. Okay, so for me, so you can put here whatever you want for the secret, and is asking you to use this command right here. I don't know if you can use that on Windows, and you cannot. I think, yeah, this is only for, I don't know, Linux, but this actually what you need is like a secret. All right, you just can say like your name and then 1 2 3 4. Okay, so it has to be more secure than that, but this is for example. This is just to don't waste time. All right, what you could do also is create here a token generator. So type token generator on Google, and it's going to take you to a website where you can create here a token. All right, so you can even give a length that you want, the uppercase or blah blah blah. I'm just going to copy it and put here on the Auth secret. All right, it doesn't have to be that big, but just to so you know how to do it. All right, so token generator, and there we go. And now that we have all of these things, we can go to the next step. We can go to the next step, which is adding the dynamic API route handler. All right, so let's do it. So inside of, let me just do this. So inside of app, you need to create the API. So API, and inside of API, you need to create Auth. And inside of Auth, you need to create a dynamic block, which is Auth0, like this. And inside of Auth0, you need to create the route.ts. Right? So now you just have to copy this code. You just have to copy this code right here. All right. So what this is doing, this is getting all of the endpoints that go through this route and handling this for us. All right, so the only, all right guys, so now we have the Auth0 installed. I think that's all we need to keep it going. All right, so now let's go back to the app. All right, so the problem that we are trying to fix is that this page should only be available to sign in user. All right, all of the people that are signed in can go to this page. All right, so we already set up the Auth0, and now what we have to do is create a middleware. So if you don't know what middleware is a code that runs between the client and the server. All right, so Next.js actually says the middleware allows you to run code before a request is completed. All right, so let's say that I'm going to this page, right? So localhost 3000/app. Before I go to this page, a code that is the middleware runs before that can make me do, for example, redirects or mess with cookies and everything. All right, so it's like a code that runs before every page request. Right, not only pages, it actually runs every request in what it says here on the documentation. All right, so what we're going to do is go here and create the middleware. So middleware, make sure you spell that right. So middleware, I think is how you say it. And what you're going to have to do is export here a sync function that is going to be named middleware. Okay, so you gotta take the request here, and which is next request. All right, like this. And we can say, like, for example, console log hello. All right, so just to see it working, and then you have to open here the terminal because it's where you're going to see it, since it runs, it's not on the server, it's on the edge, but is where you're going to see it running. Okay, so let's refresh, and what you see is it's 5 hellos actually. So you have, let me refresh again, so you see here a bunch of hellos. So what I want, so what is happening, this is running every request that we have. So every request that we have for the to this page, so the styles, or for example the actual page, the index.html or the JavaScript bundle, this is running every time that this page refreshes. What I want is to only run when I go to a page, right? So I only want this to run when I'm going through a page, which is every page request, right? So what you have to do is to use here a matcher, just to say to Next.js, hey, I don't want to run any APIs or basically any file that is inside of this string right here. So this is basically what I'm saying to Next.js. So what you can do, you can copy it from the Next.js documentation, or you can go to my project assets and open here the middleware matcher and copy it and just put it down below. All right, so again, what it's doing is saying to Next.js, hey, I just want the middleware to run on every page request, not on other things such as this. All right, so with this, if I refresh again, now you see that it only runs one time. All right, so only runs when I do a page request. All right, so very nice. Okay, so now what we have to do, all right, so what I've done here is a diagram, so hopefully it's easier to understand what I mean. All right, so the first thing that we need to do with this middleware is check the session. All right, so the session stores information if the user is logged in or not, and which user we are leading with. Right, so the first thing that we need to do is check if the user is logged in or not. So if the user is not logged in and is trying to go to the slash app page, and again the app page is a private page, so only the signed in users can access. So if he's not logged in and trying to go to the slash app page, what we're going to do is use a redirect that is going to take the user back to the login page. All right, so this is what we're going to do in this middleware. Right, so let's start. So the first thing that we are going to do is get the session. Okay, so let's say const session like this, and say await get session. All right, so this is coming from Next.js Auth0 like this, and we need to pass here the request inside. This is going to give you an error, but don't worry. Okay, so now with this session, I'm going to say console log the session so we can see what is inside. All right, so I can even, let me see, I think I can close this. Okay, so let me refresh, and we got cannot read properties of undefined. Let me just restart the app to make sure that. Okay, so the error that you got is cannot read properties of undefined reading subtract. All right, so this is because, as I said, we are using the middleware, right? And the middleware runs between the server and on the browser, so and the client, I mean, so between the server and the browser, and here is the middleware on the middle. All right, so the middleware runs between the server and the browser, right? And if you see here on this diagram that I made again, the server runs on the server, the client runs on the browser, but where's the middleware runs? It runs on the edge. All right, so there is things that on this library, so this get session function is actually supposed to run on the server. Okay, so what we have to do is go here and say slash edge to give us the same function, but now this is going to run on the actual edge. Okay, so because there's things here that cannot run on the actual server. All right, okay, so now let's refresh, and what you get for the session is null. And why is that? Because we are not signed in, right? So this is correct. Okay, so what we have to do now is to sign in. Okay, so let's go back to the diagram. Okay, so what it says here, if the user is not logged in and is trying to go to the slash app, what we're going to do is redirect to the login page. All right, so this is what we want. So let's keep with the code. So let's say if there is no session. Okay, so if there's no session and the request dot next url dot path name is starts with slash app. So basically we are saying if the user is not logged in and is trying to go to the slash app folder, I mean to slash app page, what we're going to do is redirect the user back to the login page. All right, okay, so now we have to create here a variable named return to. Okay, then we have to create an encoded UI URI component, which we need to pass inside the request next URL dot path name, like this. So this is going to give you an encoded URL. Okay, and then what we can do is return a next response dot redirect. So we want to redirect the user to, so let me say new URL, and then is the user is going to go back to API. I mean, we are going to redirect to API, then auth, then login, and then return to, there is going to be the return to, and then request URL. Okay, and if the user is not doing those two things, that we are going to return next response, which is just saying to the middleware to say, yeah, that is basically saying to just continue what the user is trying to do. All right, so if he is logged in and he's trying to go to the auth page, to the app page, then just let him go. Okay, so what we're doing here, so we are taking the user, we are redirecting to /API/auth/login, if you remember, is the API that we did here. And what this API is going to do by itself is going to handle everything. Okay, so it's going to take the user back to the login page. All right, so let me try to see if that works. So let me refresh it real quick. And we got undefined because there is no user, right? So you have to add here a question mark in case there is no user. So let me say here get started, and you see already here what it's doing is compiling the API, blah blah blah. And now this takes me back to this page, which is giving us an error. And one thing that I forgot to do here, I actually added here the allow it callback URLs and allow logout URLs, but I forgot here to save changes. So make sure that you save these changes here. And let me go back to the app again. So let me say get started, and there we go. Now you see that it takes us back to this page where we can sign in. So let me say continue with Google and choose here an account, and hopefully everything is going to work now. So you just have to say accept here, and there we go, we are on the private page now. So you see that this is working. So you actually saw here that the page to login is looking like this. All right, so it's looking like this. What you can do, I don't know where is it actually. Yeah, but you can go here in application properties and actually change the logo or give a name to your app, but just don't waste too much time. We're going just to keep how it is. All right, so this is the build version, as you can see. So we are going to start doing it real quick. All right, so the first step that I'm going to follow is here the sidebar that you can see that is actually responsive. So if I collapse this, you see that it is responsive. So I can collapse and you see that nothing breaks. All right, so we are going to start doing the sidebar. Okay, so here on private, I'm going to create here a new folder which is going to be components. Right, so why am I creating here the components inside of the private folder and not in here outside? Because the components that are going to be here inside are only going to be used inside of the private. Okay, it's not going to be used outside. So what I could do is put here, but it doesn't make sense since I'm not going to use the components that are outside. Okay, so one of the components that I'm going to create is the sidebar. So sidebar like this, and I'm going to create here a page.tsx. It's not page, it's an index.tsx, which is the main file. Okay, so this is going to be sidebar like this. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the layout, and here on the layout I have this body, and inside of the body I'm going to create here a div, and this div is going to say class name, mean height of screen, so to occupy the whole screen, and then flex medium, flex row, and on the small devices flex column. Okay, so what is going to happen so now inside of this div that we just created, I'm going to create here a new div which is going to say class name, and then medium width of 350 pixels and width of Auth0. Okay, and inside of this div I'm going to create here a sidebar. Okay, so create the sidebar real quick, and now let me format the document real quick, and now below this div with the sidebar inside, I'm going to create here a new div and put the children here. Okay, so the children is going to be here, and this div is going to have a class name of medium, p of 24, and px of 12, and py of 12, and width of 4. So basically what we're doing here is taking the whole screen, and on the small devices the sidebar is going to be on the top, and on the medium devices this is going to be side by side, so this is why I'm using flex row. And on the medium devices this is going to have a width of 350, and on the small devices is going to take the space that it needs. All right, and then there is the padding. Okay, now that you go to /app, you're going to see here the sidebar showing up. Okay, so now we just have to build the navbar itself, the sidebar itself. Okay, so we need to go here on the index, and instead of a div I'm going to use the React fragment. Okay, this is the same as doing this, but I just prefer having the React fragment like this, and we need to create here a div. Okay, so this div, let me say here, so this is for the medium devices, and the other one that you're going to create just down below it is going to be for small devices. Okay, or for small devices. Okay, so let's create the medium devices first. Okay, so we're going to start having a class name, and it's going to be hidden by default, so it's only going to show for the medium devices. And then we're going to use a fixed, so it's going to be fixed where it's going to be fixed on the left 0, top 0, and then bottom 0, so it's going to be stuck on the corner. And then for the medium we're going to show here a width of 250 pixels, and for the BG secondary we're going to use that color. Okay, so basically we're going to stick this to the left, to the corner, and we are given here background secondary as the background. Okay, so let me just format it real quick. Okay, so now inside of the div I'm going to create here a new one, so create here a new div, and this div now is going to have a class name of flex column and justify between. Okay, and then height of full and padding of 10. Okay, and now so we are just using the flex and justify between, so it's going to be everything separated by another, and then height full just to take the whole space, and then padding 10 to have some space. Okay, and now we're going to create here a new div, so it's going to be okay. So what we're doing here, we are creating here a section, so the section is going to be on the top and the section is going to be on the bottom. Okay, so for the section that is going to be on the top, okay, we're going to start with a class name here. It's going to be flex column, justify between, and a gap of 6. And the first thing that we're going to show is the logo. Okay, so I'm going to go here to the components, the components that are outside of the private. So create here a logo dot tsx, and then use rfc like this. Okay, so this is going to receive here a prop which is going to be small, and it's going to start as false. Okay, so by default it's not going to be small, so the logo can either be small or on the or with the normal size. Okay, so yeah, so for the small is going to be optional. parameter, so use this for optional, and then boolean. Okay, so if we're going to create here a size, so if it's small, then the size is going to be 40, and if it's not, then it's going to be 80. Okay, now for the div, we're going to say class name, which is going to be flex item center and gap of 1.5. okay, the only thing that's going to change is the image size. Okay, so I'm going to create here an image from next image, and it's going to have a source of logo.png. okay, so this is the source for the image, and then width is going to be size, and height is also going to be the size, like this. And then for the out is going to be logo. Okay, so let me just close so we have more space. And then finally we're going to have your span, which is going to say Mira, which is the name of our app. And then for the class name is going to be font semi-bold and text to Excel and capitalize like this, and then text zinc 100 like this. Okay, so now I'm going to use the logo that we just created. So in this say logo right here, so logo from components, UI, and then logo. Okay, so let me refresh it real quick, and there we go. Now you can see the logo right here, but as you can see this is too big, so I'm going to say here small, so the size is going to be smaller. There we go. Okay, the other thing that you see here is the list of projects. Okay, so it shows here says projects, and then it says here create a new project. It shows here a button saying create new project, and it shows here the latest projects that we have. Okay, so this is what we're going to do now. Okay, so here inside of components and then sidebar, you're going to create here a new file, which is going to be projects.tsx like this. So let me use the rfc command, not that one, rfc like this, which is going to create the project for us. For now we're not going to show any projects because we don't have any. We're just going to show here we're just going to show the button to create the project. Okay, so we're going to create here a div, which is going to be class name of flex column and gap of 3, and then we're going to have a span here, which is going to say project. Okay, so this span actually has a class name or small title, which is a class or styles that I did. Okay, so to have this style, I gotta go here on the app, actually the same level as the globus.css. I'm going to create here a new, which is going to be the index.css. So the globus.css is for the Tailwind configuration, and the index.css is for other things that we need. Okay, so I have here a small title class name or a class, and I'm going to use a Tailwind the Tailwind classes to build this class for me. Okay, so we need this apply right here so we can actually type Tailwind classes. So the class name is going to be font bold, text of zinc 600, and capitalize, and text of small. The reason that I'm creating this is because I'm going to use this multiple times in the app, so I don't have to type this every time that I need a small title. Okay, and to actually use this apply, I need to import some things. Okay, so we need to import the Tailwind base, also the Tailwind components, and the Tailwind utilities. Okay, so we are going to be able to use that. And don't forget the semicolon on the end, so it's actually going to work. Okay, so small title, and then here on the private and go to layout, you just have to copy these globals. So the way that I did it, I selected here the line and then use Ctrl+C to copy, and then Ctrl+V to paste it, and you just say here index.css. Okay, so now let's go back to the sidebar, so the index.tsx, and let me add here the projects. Okay, so projects like this, and there we go. Okay, so now you can see here the small titles showing up. Very nice. Okay, below this title saying projects, we're going to have here a link. Okay, so next coming from next/link, and this link is going to take us to the /app/new page, which is going to enable us to create a new project. Okay, so this is actually going to have a huge class name. It's not that huge, but it's going to be a big class name, which is going to be flex justify center, item center, border py of 3, a text of small, and rounded of none, font of medium, and text sync of 700, like this. Okay, and here on the link is going to say create a new project, like this. Okay, so it's going to show a button. There we go. Okay, so the next step is creating here. So again, this is not going to show, we are not going to show the projects because we don't have any projects created. We are going to do that later. Okay, so the next step is now is going to show up here the links. So here on the sidebar, I'm going to create here links.tsx and then use rfc like this, and there we go. All right, so on the assets folder, you're going to find here the sidebar links, which you can copy and paste it down here. Just, you don't have to type it by hand. If you want, you can just type. It's not that much, but just don't waste time. Okay, so this is just an array of links. So we have the home link, and they're taking me to the route, to this route, and we also have here an icon, and the same thing for the other two. Okay, so now this is going to give you an error because you don't have the icons imported. So these icons are actually coming from React icons, and this is a library that I like to use for icons. And to use it, of course, we need to install it. So I'm going to say npm install React icons. Okay, so this is the library that we're going to use. Okay, so now we have just to import here the icons. So we need one that is coming from React icon/lu. Okay, and the name of the icon is lu check circle 2 is that one. Okay, the other one is called p, is coming from /pi, I don't know how to say this, and then the name of the icon is pi house bolt, like this, and the other one is tb users, that the name is /tb, like this. Okay, so now instead of returning a div, we're going to return a ol, and now we are going to make a map through our links. So for each link that we got, we are going to return a link component from Next.js. So link from next/link, and the key is going to be link.label, and the href is going to be link.route, like this. Okay, inside of this link, we're going to have a li, which is list item, which is going to have the class name of flex item center, a gap of 3, a text zinc of 700, and a font semi-bold, and finally a text large. Okay, so this is just for styling. And then we're going to show the icon. Okay, so the link.icon and the link.label. All right, so believe it or not, this is completed. And now on the index.tsx, we are going to show here the links. Right, so there we go. Links now should show up on the list. All right, so now let me refresh real quick. There we go. Now you can see here the links showing up. All right, so we have the links here, we have the projects, and now what we're going to do is this bottom part. So we're going to show the user that is signed in. Okay, so we need to go here below this div with the three components that we built, and here we're going to create the profile.tsx. So as you may guess, it's going to show information about the sign-in user. Okay, so this is going to be an async component, like this, async component, like this, And what we're going to do first is get the information about the user. Okay, so I actually created here on, so to get information about the user, we have to create here a folder that's going to be services. Services is going to have function that's going to help us doing something. Okay, so inside of services we're going to have the auth.ts, and in here we're going to export an async function which is going to be get auth. Okay, so this is actually typed. We have a special type, but for now I'm not going to say nothing. Okay, so what this function does, we are going to get first a session. Okay, so we're going to await to get the session like this, and make sure you import this from Next.js Auth0, and also make sure that you are going to run this on the server. So when we say use server, this is going to tell Next.js that even if I call this function from a client environment, we are going to make sure that this is going to be called on the server environment. Okay, so now I get the session, and then I'm going to check get the user. So the user is going to be session.user. Okay, make sure that you add this question mark because the session may not exist. And if we don't have any user, then what we're going to do is return here is logged in as false, and the user is going to be no because we don't have any user. And if we do have a user, then we are going to return the is logged in is logged in as true, and the user is going to be the user. Okay, and we actually have to type user because we don't have here actual type. We have claims, but let me see. Yeah, it's not well typed. So now here on the root of the so here on the root we're going to create here a new folder which is going to be types, where we are going to store the types. Okay, so we are going to create a type for the user, so user.ts like this. Okay, so what a user is going to have. Okay, so we're going to export here a type which is going to be user. So what does a user is going to have? Okay, so this is going to have a nickname which is going to be a string. It's also going to have a name which is actually going to be also a string. It's going to have a picture which is going to be also a string. Also it's going to have an email which is going to be a string, and a sub which is going to be also a string, which is the same as the ID. Okay, so now let's go back to the auth, and let's say that the user is going to be as user. So we're going to say that this user is going to have this type. Okay, so now if you hover here on the get auth, you have here a type which is saying that it has two returns possibility. The first one is going to return the use logged in as a boolean and the user as new, which is true, and also is logged in is boolean and the user as user, which is also true. But if the user is null, we are not logged in, right? So when it says here boolean, it can either be true or false. But if the user is not logged in or the user is null, then the is logged in should be false, right? And if the user is logged in, this should be true, right? So the way that we should to fix this is to say here on the is logged in to say true as true, to say to TypeScript, hey, I know that this is a boolean, but this is actually going to be true every time that this happens. Okay, so true as true, and here false as false. Okay, so now you see that when the user is null, the is logged in is always going to be false, and when the user is a user, then the is logged in is going to be true. Okay, and instead of false we can say const like this, so it's going to be a constant like this and const here. Okay, so now you have the same result. So now that we have this function created, we can call it, so get auth like this, and make sure that you add here the use server, so it is actually going to run on the server. Okay, now that we have this, we can get the user and the is logged in like this, and we can continue. Okay, so if we are not logged in, we are going to return no. Okay, So if we are logged in, then we are going to return the rest, which is the rest of the information. Okay, so we're going to start here with a div which is going to have a flex, justify between, and items of center, like this. Okay, below inside of this div we're going to have another div which is going to say class name of flex items center and a gap of 2. Okay, so we're going to start by showing an image. Okay, so which is going to be the user profile picture. So make sure you import the image from Next.js. There you go. And the source for this image is going to be the user dot picture. And for some reason we are not getting the types. Oh, because you have to actually await here. So you need to add here an await. So yeah, let me see if now I get the types. No, now I do. Okay, so now you have the source, which is going to be the user dot picture, and the out is going to be picture. Okay, so the width is going to be 50 and the height is actually going to be 50. Okay, and now for the class name you're going to say rounded full and object cover. Okay, so cover like this. And if you don't have this Tailwind IntelliSense, so you see when I type it shows like suggestions. Okay, so if I select object cover, this auto completes for me. It's likely because you don't have extension named Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, so make sure you install this, so you're going to get IntelliSense. Okay, so now below this image we're going to have here a span. Okay, so this span is going to say user.name to show the username, and the class name is going to be small title. Okay, the thing that we created. Okay, so now we are going to add the logout button, which is going to be a link. Okay, so add here a link from next link, and the href is going to be /API /auth/logout. Okay, so this is going to log out the user, is going to delete his cookies and everything. Okay, so add here a logout like this from, I don't know which this is coming from. Yeah, it's coming from Lucid React, is another icons library that is coming with Chatcien, and the class name is going to be text small transition all text zinc 700, and on the hover the text is going to turn red 700 like this. Okay, so now we just gotta show it on the sidebar. So here below this div with the 3 components that we built, we're going to show here the profile. So profile component, and there we go. Nice. Okay, so let me refresh, and hopefully we should see here the component. And the component, I am sure that the component is showing up, but we have here an error, which is hostname is not configured under image next.config.js. And this is because Next.js protects us from using hostnames that are not secure. So what it does, it blocks every hostname. So every image hostname that we have, it blocks for us. Okay, so what we have to say to Next.js is say, hey Next.js, I actually trust this hostname and you can let me use in my app. Okay, so in order to do that, you're going to go here to the next.config.cs right here, and again on the assets folder you're going to find here and on the source folder, on the assets folder, you're going to find here the next config, which has a configuration for the next. Okay, so what it's doing is going to say that it trusts these patterns or these host names, which we are going to use later in our project. Okay, nice. So now let me just refresh the app, and now you see here the profile information. You can only see if you are on a computer. So let's say that you are on a mobile device. When I collapse, you see that the sidebar disappear. Okay, so this is because we still have to do here the small devices navbar. Okay, so it's actually going to be very similar. So let's just start. So in this div that we have here, we're going to add here a class name which is going to be flex item center and justify between, and also medium height hidden to make sure that this is going to not showing up for the medium devices, a padding of 6, a border of bottom, and the border of bottom secondary for the color. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to show is the logo. Okay, so logo like this, which is already imported, and there we go, we have the logo here, and it's going to be a small logo. So let me add here small. Nice. Okay, so below the logo I'm going to create here a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex item center and get auth0. Okay, so now what we're going to do, so let me go on the build version. So on the build version, when we have a small navbar, it has like this sidebar showing up. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, and we're not going to do this by hand. There's actually a library that allows to do that, which is Chatcn, and Chatcn has this component named shit. I don't know how to say that. So it actually is going to do exactly what we need. So it's going to open like a sidebar for us. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is install Chatcn. Okay, I mean install the shit component from Chatcn. So use npx Chatcn latest add shit like this. I hope I'm pronouncing this right, and again use the use force here, so it's going to install it anyways. Okay, now that this is installed, we are going to start using it. Okay, so here on the div we're going to have the shit that is coming from UI. There we go, and inside of shit we're going to have the shit trigger. There we go, and inside of shit trigger we're going to have here the menu. So menu like this, and menu is going to be icon coming from Lucid React. Okay, so the class name is going to be pg secondary text zinc 600 and p1 and rounded. Okay, so this is going to give you this menu icon right here. Okay, so this is the shit trigger, and when you click this we're going to show what? We're going to show the shit content. Okay, so the shit content is going to have a class name of flex column justify of between. Okay, and instead of the shit content we're going to have another div which is going to say class name actually is the same that we got here. Okay, so we're just going to copy this, and so this div and also the profile, and we're going to put this inside of this div. Okay, so this outsider div that we did not copy is going to have a class name of flex column and justify between and a height of full. Okay, so now when we click here you see the sidebar showing up. Okay, so one error that you should be getting is this. Okay, so when you open the sidebar you get dialog content requires a dialog title blah blah blah. Okay, so in order to fix this I added here on inside of sheet, I added here sheet title which is sidebar. Okay, but the problem now is that we have here a text saying sidebar. Okay, which is not ideal. So what I did, I added here a class name saying hidden that is going to hide this sidebar. Okay, so now when I open you don't see any errors. Okay, so we are good to go. Now that we have the sidebar created, we can move to the next part, which is creating the project. So if you don't know how the project is, basically the project is the thing that's going to hold all of the tasks that we have, right? So the project also is going to include the members. So this is how the project form is going to look like. Here we can give a cover. We also can give here icon to the project. We also can give here a name and description, and we can add, delete, or remove members from here. All right, and then the final product is going to look something like this. So here I am on the project page where I can see the title that I added, the icon, the description. Here is the cover, and then here is the tasks that I have. Okay, so in the task we can see the task in 3 different ways. We can see in a table. We also can see here as a calendar, and as Draggble, right? And we can also add here a new task, and the task is going to be added right here. But the first thing that we have to do is the form to create a new task, right? So let's go back to our app, and here we have a link that when we click we should go to /app/new. Okay, so let me click it, and you're going to see a 404 because this page is not created. Okay, so to create this page, here go inside here of private, and then you go on app, and on app you are going to create here a new folder which is going to be new, and inside of new you're going to create the page.tsx, which is going to be the page to create the form. All right, so this form is going to be actually the same one that, so this is the form to create, and if I want to edit, so let me try. So I cannot edit because I'm not the owner, so let me create here a new project. I say like here is the project, and if I go here to settings and then edit, you're going to see that the form is the same one as the one to create a new project. All right, so what we could do is put the form right here inside of new, but as we are going to use this on the edit page and also on the new page, I'm going to create here under app. Okay, so here's going to be the form. So the form is going to be a little complex, so this is one of the reasons that we have to put this inside of a separate folder. Okay, so here inside of form I'm going to give the name of index.tss because this is going to be the main file, and the name of the form is going to be form. Okay, so you're going to start by putting this inside of the page component, so form like this, and let me go back here to the app and we should see the form showing up, and there we go. Now we see here form. Okay, so as you know, the first thing that I always do when I'm creating a form is the schema. Okay, so schema is a representation of how our data should look like. Okay, so we are going to use Auth, and if you don't know what Auth is validation library that we can use to validate the data. Okay, so when you try to import Auth, you're going to get an error because this library is not installed. Okay, and what we could do is install Auth in its own, or we could use ShotCN. Okay, ShotCN, we're also going to use the form library that they have, and every time that you install the form library, the Auth also comes with it. Okay, so let me go here on form. Okay, so let me open here terminal, so Ctrl J, and open here new one, and use this command so I can add the form to our project. There we go. It's going to ask you the question of Next.js. You just gotta say use force, so this is going to install it anyways. Alright, say that this button is already exists, so let me say just yes, and alright. So now this library is installed. You can see the error went away, and now we can start creating our schema. Okay, so let me say here const schema is going to be a z object. So it's what we want for the project is an object, and the thing that the object is going to contain, and the thing that we want to validate is only the name and description, because the icon and the cover we can we don't need to Auth to validate by itself. Okay, the only thing that we are going to need is the name, which is going to be a string. Okay, and at minimum is going to be 1 character, and maximum is going to be 50. Okay, and here on description is going to be also a string, so z string, and minimum is going to have, let me say, just 10 characters. It's alright, and maximum can be 100, and we don't need to really pass here description because it's optional, right? Okay, now we can export the schema so we can use on the actual form. Okay, so let me go back here to the index, is where we have the form, and I actually found this website where you can create the form real quickly. So the name of the website, you just gotta search up form builder ShotCN, and site is going to pop up. You'll go here to go to playground. Is actually on beta version, but it's already helps a lot. So the only thing that we need for our form is input. So I input, and this input is going to say, okay, for the label it's going to say name, for the description it's going to say give a name to your project, like this. And it's not going to have any placeholder, I think. No, it's going to have. So the placeholder is going to be example my project, okay. And then for the class name of the input, I'm just going to say with the just going to do it like this, okay. And the name is going to be name. It's going to be of type of text, okay, and is required. Okay, so now you created here the form, and if you go here to code, you're going to see the code to the actual form. Right, so we also need to add here a new one. So create here a new input. I mean, it's not going to be an input, it's going to be a text area. So let me delete that, and here I'm going to look for the text area, and here on text area the label is going to be description. The description is going to be give more info about your project, right? And then the text area, I mean the placeholder is going to be example, let's say YouTube project, like this. So YouTube project, right? And then again, let me save the changes, and there we go. Now we have the code to have the form, right? So what you could do is go here on form, on the code. So you have your preview, you have JSON, and you can go to code, and here on code you can just copy here the form, okay. So let me go back here to the app, and let me put that in here. All right, so one of the problems that I'm going to see is, let me first just import everything that we need. So import here, there we go, and also the input and the text area. In the text area, which I think we have to import, and also the input, and also we need the onSubmit function. So basically just copy almost everything. Yeah, so let me put this right here. There we go. Nice. Okay, so one of the problem is that we have name conflict. So we are trying to import a component named form, and our component is also named form. So what I do is say form as form component. This is to rename this component. Okay, so now we are renaming from form to form component. Okay, and the next error is because we don't have the input and the text area installed. So we can use npx-cn add like this, and we can select the input, and we can select the input, and also to select use space, and also the text area. Okay, and then you hit enter to submit, and it's going to add those both files. All right, so now this is complaining because it's not finding the schema, but we rename it to schema like this. Okay, so let me just change that. And also we have to import Auth from Auth, and use form from use form, and Auth resolver from Auth resolver. So this is going to be import Auth resolver from is add hook form resolvers, and then Auth. All right, so here on where it says, so here where it says form schema, you just gotta replace it to schema and schema like this. And here don't really need the onSubmit function, I mean the onSubmit content. All right, and also you have to import here the button, and here for the name is not going to be name blah 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 blah, it's going to be name as description. All right, so you see that this website is very handy when it comes to create forms. Our form was not that big but when you need a bigger form, here's a website that you can use. All right, so let me just refresh, and we get blah 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 is not a function. This is because this is we are using things that is only accessible to client components. Okay, so client components are basically components that are built on the webs on the browser and not on the server. So there's things that when we are running on the server, we don't have access. Okay, so there's actually some class names that we still have to add. Okay, so here on the form item, I'm going to say class name of width of full, and also here on the form control, I'm also going to say width full, and also on the input here I also have to say class name of width of full. Description is alright, and so here on the button also have to add here some class names. So flex item center and gap of 1.5, and we actually don't have this on submit, is not right here on the form. We are only going to submit when we click here on the button. All right, so here on, instead of type submit, is going to be type button like this, and when we click on the button, so let me just do it like this. So when we click on the button, we are going to submit. All right, nice. Okay, so now here we're going to say span of create like this, and we also have to create here a dummy variable, which is loading. So const is loading, and set is loading. I hope I spelled that right. So use state is going to start as false. So this is going to be a variable that is going to track if we are creating or not a project. Okay, so is loading. When we are loading, I want to show an icon. So the icon is going to be AI, and then out line loading like this. Okay, so I don't know if you have the React. We do have the React icons installed, so the only thing that we need to do is import that component or this icon. So I don't know how to say that, from React icons and then slash whatever that is. Okay, and if we are loading, we're going to show this icon spinning, so we're going to use the animate spin. Okay, and otherwise it's going to be null. Okay, so just going to show how this is going to work. So basically, when we submit the form, we are going to start we are going to say that this loading is going to be true, so this thing is going to be spinning. So let me just say here true, so you can see this spinning. So basically, this is how this is going to look like. So when we are loading, we are going to show this icon spinning right here, otherwise we're not going to show anything. So yeah. Okay, so now we have the name and the description, but you can see that a lot of things are missing out on the form. Okay, so let me just add what is missing. The first thing that we're going to do is this create new project title, and then we can move to the cover section, which there is a cover and the icon. Okay, so so above this form field, okay, so the first form field, we are going to add here h4, which is going to say which is going to have a class name of text for Excel, and then font bold like this, and text zinc of 700. Okay, so this thing is going to say create a new project. Okay, and also there we go. So now we have here the title, and we also going to add here a div. Okay, and this div is going to have a class name of by of 5 and space y of 1. Okay, so basically this is going to show it's going to be the cover section. Okay, so let me add here a form label like this, which is going to say cover, and here is going to be the cover component. All right, so yeah. So again, the cover component is going to be here for the banner and also here the icon. Okay, so to the cover component, so for the cover component, I gotta go here inside the form, and I'm going to create here a new form, a new component named cover.tsx. Okay, so create this real quick and add this. Replace here where it says cover, just replace by the cover itself. Okay, so cover, there we go. Okay, so here inside of the cover, I'm going to start creating it. So here on the div, I'm going to add the and here class name of relative and a height of 44 and rounded and then group. Okay, so here I'm going to start by adding here the image that's going to be the actual cover. Okay, so the cover is the banner. Okay, so this part right here. So we're going to import image from next image, and we need a Auth tag that's going to be cover. Okay, and also we need the view, and the source is going to be the cover URL. Okay, so let me just say here cover URL like this, or URL. Okay, so let me create this state real quick. So const cover URL is going to be set cover URL, which is going to be a use state. So instead of doing this, what we also can do is use here a website from Vercel that I've used before, and it's named avatar.vercel.sh. and basically what you can do is you can like add whatever here on the param, and it's going to generate here image based on the text that you have here. So if I select my name like this is going to generate an image for me. Let me add here another thing. So you see that an image is always different when we change here the param. Alright, so let me copy here this URL and add this to here, and we are going to get the same error because it's not configured under it is, alright, because we already added here. If you remember here on next config, you already added here. Alright, so here avatar Vercel is already added. Alright, so now we have here the cover, which is great. And here on the image we also have some other class names that we still have to add. So object cover. Okay, so this is going to cover the whole space, and then rounded, so for more roundness, and group hover. So when we hover on the group, so the brightness is going to be larger. So brightness 75, right? It's not going to be bright, it's going to be darker, right? Okay, so here we also going to add here button. So let me show how this is going to look like. So when we hover, we don't even have to hover. Here has a button where we can say upload image, and we can upload images to it. Okay, so let me show you. So when I click here upload images, I can select an image like this, and you see the image is going to change. Alright, so this is what we're going to do here. Below the image, we're going to add here a new div, and this div is going to have the class name of absolute like this, and inset of 0, flex, justify and items and. Okay, and finally p of 5. So this is going to add whatever here to the corner part. And for the button, we are going to let me just import here the button. We are going to say upload image, right? There we go, upload image. You gotta add here type button, so when we click nothing happens, because if you remember, this cover is inside of a form, so every button that is inside of a form automatically it becomes a submit button. Alright, so every time that we click, this on submit function that we removed here should be called. So add a button here to avoid that, and here on the class name and here on the button I'm going to say on click. So here we are going to add here on click, and below this button we are going to have input. Alright, So this input is going to be of type of file, and we are going to accept here. So for the accept, we're going to say image and then / and then star. So we're going to accept any type of images. And for the ref, we are going to add it later, and then the class name is going to be hidden, and on click is going to be handle file change, which we still have to create. Okay, so let me create here const of file input ref. So use ref like this, and this is, let me just import it real quick. So use ref, and it's going to be either HTML input element or no, and this is going to start as no. Okay, but when the HTML or the CSS is loaded, the file input ref is going to be this input right here. Okay, and then what is going to happen when we click on this button, we are going to call the file input ref dot current, so the current value of this input ref, and we are going to trigger the click event. All right, and then finally when we click, this function is going to be called. So let me create this real quick. So const handle file change, we are going to call this function. Okay, so let me go over it again. So when we click on this button, we are going to call the file input ref, which by the way is embedded, or yeah, it's embedded to this input. We are going to call the click event. Okay, so every time that we click, this function is going to be called, and we cannot see the input because it has this hidden property. Okay, this is because it's much easier to style the button instead of the input. Okay, all right, so what we do when we have here a new file. Okay, so we first need to get the file. So this file is coming from the event. So, and the event is of type React change event of a HTML input element. Let me make sure you spell that correctly. So inside of the event, you got the target, and you have here the files, which is an array of files. Okay, in our case, we're only going to get the first file that is on the list. Okay, so first we are going to check if we don't have a file. So if we don't have a file, then we are going to return, so I'm not going to do anything with it. But if we do have a file, so we are going to call here a reader. I'm going to understand later what this is going to do. So we need to initialize this file reader, and as the name suggests, this is going to read the file. All right, so we initialize this reader, and here it has a callback. So reader dot onload, so it has a callback that when we load this file, this is going to call this callback function, right? Okay, so what is going to happen? So we are going to check if we don't have a e.target.result. So the target may not exist. So let me say like this, and then result. So if we don't have a result, then we are going to return. So the function is going to end right here. But if we do, we are going to get the URL from this result. Okay, so e.target.result. I mean, the result is actually the URL itself. Okay, so now we have the URL. Then what we can do is set the cover URL as this new URL. All right, so now we have this reader, but the reader has to read something, right? So what is going to read is going to read as data. Let me reader dot URL, and then we're going to pass here this file, and then we just had to say here as string, so TypeScript is going to stop complaining, right? So again, what is happening here when we click on this input? So when this onClick function is triggered, what is going to happen? We are going to get the first file from the array, and we are going to check if we don't have any file. So if we don't have any file, we're not going to do anything. And then we are initializing here the file reader. So this is going to read our file. Okay, so we are telling to the reader to read our file and to transform this file into a data URL. Okay, so this is actually going to transform this file into a data URL in our local browser, right? So it's going to create a temporary URL from our browser so we can actually see the file. Okay, and when the file is read it, I'm saying here to call the onload function. What this is going to do, this is going to get the result. So the result is actually the actual URL. So it's going to get the result as the URL, and it's going to set the cover URL, which is going to make this component to rerun, and the cover URL is going to be the new URL, right? So this should work now. So when I click here on upload image, you see that this is being triggered, and when I click here in one of the images, you don't see the image. All right, so let me see why. All right, so this is actually my bad. Here's not on click, it's on change. All right, so we only want to call this function when we change the value of the input, right? So now it should work. So when I click here upload image, and if I select here file, now you see here the cover showing up. All right, so there we go. Okay, so the next part is this emoji part. All right, so is where we can select an emoji that we want. So let me select like this one. Yeah, so we can select any emoji as we choose. All right, and for this we're going to use here a library named emoji picker React, and as you may guess is so we can select emojis. Right, so let me install that real quick. So npm install emoji blah blah blah, and you're going to get an error because of the you don't have the React version that this library uses is not the same as we are using here. So you just gotta say npm install emoji picker React, and then force the installation. All right, so now with the library installed, okay, so here on below this div, what I'm going to add is the emoji picker that is coming from, so let me import this from React, from emoji picker React like this, and let me refresh this real quick, and you see here now the emojis showing up. All right, so basically what I'm going to do for now is add here on emoji click. I'm going to call a function named on emoji click. All right, that emoji click like this. So let me just create this function real quick. So this on emoji click is going to have a data, and inside of this data we are going to get the image URL, which is going to be the actual emoji URL. Okay, so let me just console log this real quick. So console log the image URL. So it's the thing that we got here. It's going to be data dot image URL like this. All right, so let me open here the inspect, and here in the console you can choose whatever icon you want. So let me choose like this one, and when you click, now you see here the icon image. All right, so what I'm going to do is go here on the const, so I'm gonna say const and add here an icon and set icon. So it's going to be a use state, and by default is going to be the icon that I selected. Okay, so let me just copy here the icon URL and put that on here. All right, so I can close it now. All right, and I can comment this for now. Okay, so here below the emoji picker, I'm going to show here an image which is going to show the actual the emoji. All right, so the source is going to be the icon, so this thing that we created here above. Make sure, I don't know if I imported the image component. I did. And the class name is going to be absolute left 0 and bottom 0, translate y and 1 and half, and then cursor of pointer. And we also need to pass here width, which is going to be 60, and height, which is also going to be 60, and Auth is going to be emoji. And I think that's yeah. So now you see here the emoji showing up, which is great. And when I click on this emoji, I want this emoji picker to show up. All right, so let me add here a variable that is going to const show emoji picker and set emoji picker. Right, very simple, which is going to be a use state that is going to start as false. So at the default, we don't want to show the emoji picker, right? So when I click on this image, so if I type this correctly, so on click, what is going to happen? We are going to show the emoji picker. So if it's already showing, then we are going to hide it, and if it's hidden, then we are going to show it. Okay, so this is going to be show emoji picker. All right, okay, so now that we have this, what we can do here on the emoji picker, we are going to check. Okay, so we are going to check if we can show the emoji picker, and if we do, then we are going to show first input is here inside. So we're going to show here a div, which is going to say class name of fixed, inset of 0, and then bg of black and bg opacity of 50 and z of 20. So this is going to be a div that's going to show to be above everything, so it's like kind of like a layer. So, and on the on click, so when we click on this layer, we are going to hide we're going to show hide the emoji picker. Okay, so set show emoji picker. Let me see, and here should be set show emoji picker. It's going to be false, right? So when I click, so let me show how this should work. So when I click here, you see that we get this black background, and when I click outside of it, you see that the emoji picker hides. All right, and one thing that I forgot to do, I don't know how, is to add here the use client, because we are using hooks, and also we are using here on clicks things. Okay, and here set show emoji picker. There you go. So when I click here, now you see black background. All right, so besides the background, what we're going to do is add here a div, which is going to say class name of absolute z20, and we actually have to add here style, and it's actually going to be very confusing, because what I want, so let me go back here. So what I want is to this to show like almost below the actual icon that we got here, right? So the only way that I found to do this is to get the icon position and to do some calculations. All right, and to get the icon position, again, I'm going to need a reference. So it's a reference to this object. Okay, so let me say here emoji ref is the only reason why I'm going to use this. and this is going to be const emoji ref, which is going to be a use ref that is either going to be a HTML image element or it's going to be null. Okay, so here I'm going to start as null. There we go. And now we're going to do the calculations. Okay, so here on styles, we're going to go here on top, and we're going to check here the emoji. So we're going to check if we have the emoji. We're going to check if we have the emoji current. If we do, we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're not going to do nothing. So we're going to show as 0. Okay, so if we do the emoji current, so that means that the emoji it's loaded. What we can do is say that emoji reference is going to be dot current dot offset top. This is going to get how much it's on the top, and we also have to add this with the actual height. Okay, so offset height. And finally, we just got add 42, which is the thing that we want. Okay, so this should be like here below the icon. Okay, so first is getting the top value, so from here to here, so top, and then this is adding with the height, so from here to here plus the height, and then 42, which is just to space up a little bit more. Okay, so this is for the top. And for the left, so left is going to be the emoji dot ref dot current, which is going to be, so first we're going to check if there is the emoji dot current, and if there is, then the emoji dot ref dot current is going to be the offset left and set at 0. So this is going to be right here on this line. Okay, and then what we're going to show is the actual emoji picker. All right, so when I click here, now you see the emoji picker showing up, and let me add here a new one, and you see that nothing happens. Okay, so here on the on emoji click, you actually have something else to do, which is first hiding the emoji picker. So let me set this as false, and setting the icon, so setting the icon as, we have to change here to the image URL. Okay, so let me say here a new icon, which is going to be the data dot image URL, and we can set here the new icon. All right, so nice. Okay, so let me click here, and when I click, you see that the icon is changing. Very, very nice. We have the icon changing and also the cover changing. So very, very nice what we are doing here. Okay, so what we have done here is that the icon and the cover URL are, the states are actually inside of the cover component. Okay, so if you remember, where we submit the form is actually here, so we need this information on the form component. Okay, so what we are going to do on the form component is creating here const, which is going to be cover, so cover, and set cover, which is going to be a use state, and this is going to start as this, so the default cover is going to be that one I mean. So here let me say const default cover, which is going to be this cover, and actually I'm going to make this dynamic. So here I'm going to say math.random to give me a random number, so the parameter is going to be always different, and the default cover is going to be here for the cover. All right, so this is for the cover, and also we need for the icon, so const icon is going to be set icon, which is going to be a use state like this, and the icon is actually going to be the emoji, right? So we also need here a default emoji. So default emoji, which is going to be this thing right here. Okay, so this is the default emoji that we set. There we go. Okay, so here should be default emoji. Nice. Right, so now we have a problem, is that here is not working anymore. So what we have to do is pass here the cover. So the pass here the cover and the set cover, the icon and the set icon as props to the cover. All right, so let me go here and let me open here all the way so we can see everything. So here now the cover is going to accept some props. Okay, so let me define them right here. So it's going to be cover props. So let me define it. So type cover props is going to be the cover, which is going to be a string, and the set cover, which is also going to be so here the cover can either be a string or a file, and on the set cover the cover can actually also be a string or a file again. Okay, so let me do this, and it's going to return void. Okay, so besides the cover we're also going to have the icon. So the icon is always going to be a string, and the set icon we are always going to accept here a string. Okay, so return void again. All right, so now that we have this, we can get those. So cover, the set cover, the icon, and the set icon. There we go, and we have to pass them right here. So cover is going to be the cover, the set cover is going to be the set cover, the icon is going to be the icon, and the set icon is also going to be the set icon itself. All right, so now that we passed those values inside of cover, we can remove here the icon and the set icon, since we already have this. And here for the cover and set cover, and instead of cover URL I'm going to say cover preview URL. Okay, so it's more self-explanatory. So set cover preview URL. All right, so here when we upload a cover, this is going to show up. Okay, so here's going to be cover preview URL, and there we go. And now what we're going to do is this cover and set cover. So here on the onload, where we load the file, we are going to set the cover as this file. All right, just to update it. All right, so let me go here on set cover. Oh, and here should be string or file. Right, so just to fix here the error, and there we go. So now our app should work the same as before, hopefully. And here for the cover should be cover, I think, and cover preview URL, let me say cover as string. There we go. Or what we could do also is export here the default cover, and here let me say default cover, so like this. All right, okay, so now we should see this. All right, so now we have here the cover. Let me refresh to see if we get an error, and we do. And this is because of this math random, because when it comes from the server, the image cover is different, and when the is loaded on the client is also different. So let me just say here A for now, so to see if that is going to work. and it doesn't. I mean, it does. All right, so let me upload here an image to see if it's still working. It does. All right, so let me change here also the icon. So let me add this one, and it's also changing. Okay, so what we have done, we moved the state from this cover to this index where is the main file, right? So we moved the cover, set icon to here, and when we load, we change here the preview URL, which is the thing that allow us to see the cover, right? Okay guys, so now we have most of the part of the form created. The only thing that left us to do is the members section, so where we can add or remove members. All right, so it is section that you see here. So in order to add or remove members, we should have a way to look for members, or a place where the members are stored. So we have the Auth0, but we don't have in a database to store our members, right? So this is what we're going to do now. And to store in a database, we are going to use a database. All right, and the database provider that I'm going to use is Neon. All right, so it's by far one of the best to use, and it's the one that I always use in the project. So let's use Neon. All right, so you see I use this for the task application, and I'm going to use again. So let me click here, a new project, and I'm going to use again to create here this Mira app. All right, so go over to console.neon.tag. all right, so this is going to ask you to sign in, and once you're signed in, you can click here on new project, and here you have to give a name to your project. So I'm going to say Mira, and then Postgres version I'm going to use the 16, and the cloud service provider I'm going to use the AWS, right? And then for the region, you're going to choose the one that is more closer to you. So mine is Frankfurt because it's in German, I think, and I live in Portugal, so this is the closest one. Okay, so now I can click here on create project, and in the minute that you do that, now you have your database created. This is why I always use Neon. Okay, so you know, to use that SQL, you have to write SQL, and as you may know, we are not going to write SQL by hand. So what we're going to do instead is use Prisma. Okay, so if you don't know, Prisma is ORM, so is a way to contact, is a way to have some interaction with our database in a easier, user-friendly way. Okay, so now that we have our database created, we are going to install Prisma. Okay, so let's start by installing Prisma. So npm install Prisma save dev. Okay, so this is going to save this as a dev dependency, and if you go to package.json, and again this is giving us this error because of the because the version that we're using is not the same, so we just gotta say here force. This might run into some issues, but I think we can deal with it. Okay, so this is installing the Prisma dependency, and let me go to package JSON, and you should see Prisma right here. There we go. All right, so now that we have Prisma, now you gotta run npx prisma init to initialize Prisma. All right, so it did two things. So it first created here a .env with the database URL, which we are going to add later, and also created here a folder which is schema.prisma. all right, so let's first start here with the database URL. So anything that is inside of the .env.local, we're going to put here inside of that env. all right, so we can remove this .env.local. So those are the environment variables. So this is secrets that you don't want to expose to everybody, so you leave this in a separate file. All right, so here is the database URL that, as you may guess, we have to change. All right, so the database URL that we have to change is, so go back to Neon. Okay, and here on Postgres, you are going to find here the database URL. So here you just gotta show password, and this is going to show your password. Okay, so there we go. And here on database URL, we just gotta change it like this. Okay, so it's everything that we got to do here. Okay, so now here on schema.prisma, what you're going to find is a generated client. So this is when we try to generate the client. So basically here we are saying that we are using a JavaScript client, and then for the database we are saying that we are using a Postgres SQL database, and the URL is going to be the database URL. This is the name of our environment variable. All right. Okay, so first thing that we can do is generating the client, so the Prisma client. So I'm going to go here on Prisma and say index.ts. Okay, so I'm going to import the Prisma client that is coming from Prisma client, and we still have to install the library. So I'm going to use npm install prisma/client, which is going to install this library for us. And again, it's giving us this error because of the dependencies of the package that don't have the same version. But you just gotta use this force to force the installation. Okay, now that we have this Prisma client, we can initialize it. So we're going to export here const named Prisma, which is going to be a new Prisma client like this. All right, so nice. Okay, so now we gotta go back here to the schema.prisma, and here we are going to define model to the user. All right, so a model is something like a schema, is a way that we want to represent our data. All right, here a model, which is going to be the user, and the user, and here you don't need the equal. And if you don't have this this IntelliSense and this theme, is maybe because you don't have extension named Prisma. Let me see where it is. So you have to install this library or this extension named Prisma. This is going to give you IntelliSense and this theme. All right, so the model is user, and the user is going to have ID, which is going to be a string, and you have to say here there is going to be a unique identifier, and by default, if we don't pass any specific ID, it's going to generate ID with this UUID function for us. Okay, besides this, also going to include or is going to have a nickname, which is going to be a string. It's going to have also a name, which is also going to be a string. It's also going to include an email, which is going to be a string, and the email is always going to be unique. So this is not going to allow us to add two users with the same email. All right, so this ID is also unique. Okay, so we don't need to pass like that. All right, so user also going to have a picture, which is going to be a string like this. Okay, and for now we're going to leave like this. All right, so yeah, so now we have this user we define here on the schema.prisma, and to push these changes to our database. So if you go here to tables, you don't have any tables, and to push this you have to use, I think it's npx prisma db push to push this to the database. And what it's going to do is going to go here to our .env, and it's going to go to the database URL, and it's going to push these things that we made here. Okay, so if you go here to tables, and if you refresh, now you're going to find here a new table named user. All right, nice. Now what we're going to do with this user, you see that this user is logged in, but I don't have this user in my database. Right, so what we're going to do is every time that I make a login to Auth0, I'm going to call a function that is going to check if this user is already on the database, and if it is, if it's not, then I'm going to create it. Okay, so here on API of Auth0, I have this export const get function. Okay, so what we're going to do, there's a thing called a login, so there's a thing named callback, okay, which we can call a function named handle callback like this, and instead of the handle callback we can call the after callback function. There is another function that comes here inside. Okay, so I'm going to create this function real quick, and you have to import this handle callback from Auth0. Okay, and now we are going to define the after callback function. Okay, so when we are doing a login, then this function is going to be called. Okay, so after callback async like this, and the request is going to be, we're going to get the request, which is the request, and also the session, which is the session, all right, which is coming from Auth0. Okay, so I can even open here all the way. So session, which is coming right here from Auth0. All right, so session, and then we can define here the function. Okay, so there's things that comes from the session dot user, which is the email and the name, nickname, and also picture and sub. Okay, so as I said, sub is like a ID from Auth0. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is check if the user already exists in our database. So again, this function, it's called every login. Okay, so every time that we'll try to log in, we are calling this handle callback. All right, and then we are going to check if the user is created or not. Okay, so for this, I'm going to go here on services, and services, I'm going to go to user, create here a user.ts. Okay, and here I'm going to use server, so this, everything there is here is going to run on the server. And what I'm going to do is export a sync function, which is going to be named find user by email. Okay, so email.string. So if you remember, every email that we got in our database is unique. All right, so first we are going to get, see, we're going to have the response. So we're going to await Prisma, so the client that we generated, to go to the user table and find a unique user where the email is the same email that we passed. Okay, and then we can return here a response. All right, so now we can go back here to the route, and we are going to check if this user is exists or not. So I'm going to say here found user is going to be await find user by email. So we have to pass here the email from the session, so the user that is logged in or is trying to log in, and then I'm going to say here const exists. So I'm going to find so I'm going to transform this found user into a boolean. Okay, so if there's a user, or if it's an object, then this is going to be true. So if this returns null or undefined, then the exists is going to be false. Okay, so I'm going to check if exists, then just return the session. So just do what you was trying to do, so just log in. Okay, but if not, I'm going to return the session in anyways. So I'm going to let the user log in, but I'm going to create a user. Okay, so let me go back here to the user services, and I'm going to export here a sync function that is named create user. Okay, there we go. So this function is going to get a data, which we are going to define right now. So type data, or create user data, which is going to be Prisma. So type Prisma user create art. So this is one of the reasons that I like to use Prisma a lot, because it already comes with the types. All right, so inside of Prisma there is the username table, a table named user, which when we create, we are going to get the data for the arguments. Right, so we're just going to replace here, there we go, and say here res is going to be await prisma.user.create, and the only thing that we need to do is pass the data here inside. Okay, and then we can return the response. All right, so now what we're going to do is just call the create user function like this, and this create user function we need, so if you use control and then space, you're going to find everything that we need for this table. Okay, so the first thing is the email, so email, and then also the name, also the nickname, the picture, and then the ID is optional, but we have to pass, which is going to be the sub, which again is going to be the ID. Okay, so we also have one more thing to do, which is so what we was trying to do, so every time that we try to log in, it's going to create a user. If it doesn't exist, it's done, but we have to do one more thing, which is here the login. So I'm going to explain you later what it does. So we just got to create here a function named custom handle login. So this is to make Auth0 to trigger the login every time that we sign out. Okay, so let me go here and say const, it's going to be async and get a request and a response. It's going to give you an error, but just leave like this, and you're gonna return here the handle login function, which you need to pass here the request and the response, and also an options object, which is going to have authorized params, and instead of authorized params, gonna pass here the prompt, which is going to be login. Okay, so this is called every login, and this is to force the login page to show up. Alright, so it's basically what this is doing. Alright, so now let's test it. Alright, so let me go back here to the application, and as you may know, the user that is signed in here is not on the database. So let me just sign out real quick. There we go, I'm back to the home page, and when I click here get started, let me sign in with a user. So as you can see, the user is not here. Let me refresh so you can see it. So the user is not here, but hopefully when I sign in, the user is going to show up here. Okay, so let me sign in. There we go, I am signed in, and let me refresh here, and now the user is right here. Okay, so what it did, it was looking for a user. So as I am logging in, this is calling this callback function, and this is getting the session, and then this is looking for a user with this exact email, which is unique, and as the user doesn't exist, then this is creating the user. All right, so now we can move to the next part, which is creating the members form. Okay, so where we can add or remove a member. Right, so here on private app form, and here inside of form, I'm going to create the members folder, which is going to have the index.tsx, I mean, so it's going to be tsx like this. All right, so let me create this real quick. So there we go, members, and let me go back here to the form, and the member is going to be just above here of the button. Okay, so let me add here members. There we go. Okay, so a quick way to travel through the components is left control and then left click. This is going to take you right back to the component definition. Okay, so now let's code the member section. Right, so yeah, now you can see here members. So what is going to happen, let me just collapse this a little bit. So this is going to have a class name of py of 5 and a space y of 1. Okay, and we're going to have here a form label, which is going to say members, and also a form description, which is going to say invite members to your project, like so. Okay, so below this we're going to have here a div with a class name of space y of 4. Okay, and we're going to have now two components. Okay, so the first one is going to be to add, is so we can add here a member, and the second one is to show the list of the members. Okay, so here under members, you're going to add, create here we're going to add a file named add.tsx. Okay, and as I said, this is so we can add a new member. All right, so let me create this component real quick and add, and put this add inside of the member so we can actually see it. There we go. Okay, so for the JSX is going to be fairly simple. You're going to have here a class name of flex item center and a gap of 1.5, and then for the input, so let me say input like this, is going to have a type of email. So here we're going to look for member with an email. Okay, and then the class name is going to say width of 300 pixels and a py of 2. All right, and we're going to do in a React way, we're going to call the onChange function. So every time that we change, we're going to call here a state which is going to be email. So set email to e.target.value. all right, so I guess you did this a couple of times. All right, so here we have to create the email thing. So set email like this, and this is going to be a use state, and it's going to start as empty. Make sure you add here use client, because one, we are adding here event, a change event, and two, we are using here a hook. Okay, so don't forget it. So let me format this real quick. And now here on the button, so here on button, I'm going to create here a button which is going to say invite, so we can invite the user, and the variant is going to be the secondary, so it's going to be in a gray color. There you go. All right, so it's going to be disabled if email is empty. So if we don't have any value for the email, then this is going to be disabled. We can now click it, and it's also going to be disabled when we are loading. Okay, so one other thing or another state that we have to create is loading, and set is loading. Nice. Oh, this is not a string, this is boolean, so we're going to start this as false. Okay, so now here on the on click, what we're going to do, so when we click on this inviting, we're going to call the on click on invite button click. Right, and we have to define this function right here. So on invite button click, what we're going to do first, we're going to set is loading as true. Okay, so true, and then once we do what we gotta do, we're going to set this as false. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to do is look for a user, the user. Okay, so here we're going to say const user to invite. So we're going to look for the user. Await is going to be find user by email, and we have to pass here the email. All right, like this. Okay, and then we're going to check if, the user to invite doesn't exist. So if it doesn't exist, then we're going to do is we're going to call here a toast. So if you don't know what this is, okay, so this is kind of confusing. So the first two exclamation marks, this turns this into a boolean, right? So basically what you could do is just this. Okay, so this is the reverse. Okay, so if there is no user to invite, then we are going to call here a toast. I don't know if we already have the toast in our project, and the component that I'm talking about is this one. So toast. Use this command, so npx chat cn latest add toast, so we can add the toast. There you go. And now you gotta go here on app. I have a feeling that we already had the toast here. No, we didn't. Okay, so here on private, you gotta go here to layout, and don't forget to accept here the use force command, so we can actually install it for us. All right, so here on the layout, so layout, inside of private, you're going to create here a providers wrapper. Okay, so this is for things that we need. Okay, so we need this provider wrapper because we need to pass this toaster in the root layout. All right, so let me create this component real quick, provide this wrapper, and the naming rule that I'm using doesn't allow me to do this, so I'm going to say providers wrapper like this. Nice. So for the providers wrapper, we have to accept here children, and say that the children is going to be, let me just say here React node. Right, so it stops complaining, and remove here the import. Nice. Okay, so the whole reason why I'm doing this is because I need this toaster component. So let me import toaster from components UI toaster and put the toaster here inside. There we go. So the providers wrapper is just to add this toaster right here. Okay, so now we have this toaster. Let me just refresh. Now we got an error. So let me go back here to the file. So here on add, here on members, and then add. There we go. So here we have to call async because we are using async. And again, if there's no user to invite, then we're going to return a toast. Okay, so now we gotta initialize here the toast. So toast is coming from use toast. There we go. And if there is no user to invite, then we are going to say user was not found because we couldn't find the user. All right, so else let me just return or say toast okay, something like this. Okay, so let me say like blah blah .gmail.com, and if you look here on the database, I don't have any user with this email. Okay, so if I say here create, invite, it should be here invite. When I refresh, I get nothing, so let me see why is this. So when I refresh, I get a blank page, and this is giving me a lot of errors. I think it's because the way that we structured here the layout. So here on private, we have this layout, right? And I think what we have to do is go here inside of app and add this layout dot tsx and copy what we have here on the root layout and paste it down here. Okay, so the only difference is that we don't need this providers wrapper, and don't need here the div, neither the thing. The only thing that we need here is the children. Okay, so I just put here the children inside and remove this div, and here the imports. Nice. So make sure that you have the right path for the index.css and the globals.css. So instead of 2 dots here, it should be only 1. So when I use left control and left click, I should go to the file definition. Okay, and also here the fonts. Okay, so this is just 1 dot. There we go. Okay, so now here inside of the private layout, what you have to do is remove here the HTML that was here. So HTML and the body. So the both just going to leave here the divs. Okay, so this is one mistake that we had to fix, and also you can remove here the metadata and the fonts and everything, and also the imports, because it's already imported from the client component, the other component, right? All right, now that we got this, the thing that we was doing before this error show up was to doing this on invite button click function. So when a user, we try first to look for a user, and if this user doesn't exist, then it's going to say user was not found, else is going to say okay. So now let me test. So now I'm going to add here an email that doesn't exist in our database. As you can see, the email doesn't exist here. I mean here on the email, so the user doesn't exist. And if I click here on invite, it says user was not found because the user doesn't exist. So now let me add here email that actually exists. So let me click here on here. Let me just refresh. We still have an error to fix. And when I click here on invite, you see okay because the user actually exists. So let me use, I think you saw the error that happened. So when I try to add a user that doesn't exist, I cannot click on the button anymore because so when we click here, the is loading is true, and if the user doesn't exist, this returns right away. This set is loading back to false never happens. So the is loading is set to true, and we can never click here again. So what we have to do is use a try catch, and finally here, there we go, and put this on here. So the set is loading is going to be here, and nice. So now let me try again. So if I add the email that doesn't exist, so gmail.com, you see what happens. Even if the email doesn't exist, this invite is still being enabled. So what is happening, I'm trying to do that. So this is, I'm trying to do that, and before or after the function returns, so after the function returns, I'm calling this set is loading no matter what. So this runs first, and after the return, this runs, then it runs. So, and we can actually handle here the errors. So let me add here toast and say title an error occurred. So every time that the error occurs, we can even show here description, which is going to be the error dot, we can say like JSON, stringify the error, which is not that good because I'm going to show the error to the user, but I'm just going to leave like this. So nice. The other thing that we gotta do is check if the user is adding himself as a member. So the project is already his, doesn't make sense to add him as a member, so if, and we gotta initialize here the auth, so const auth, and it's going to be await get auth. So if the auth dot user dot sub, which is the ID, is equal to the user that we are trying to invite, is equal. So if the ID of the user which I'm trying to invite is the same as mine, that means that it's me. So I'm going to say a toast and say you are a member already. So nice. And we can even remove here this else thing here because we're not going to use it anymore. And there we go. Now that we've made all of those checks, what I want is when I type here a name of a user, it gets added here to the list down below. So if you know, as you know, members is a part of the form itself, from the project itself. So it makes sense to the project have access to the members, right? So what I could do here is add here a state named members. Okay, so members, you don't have to type this because I'm going to delete in a moment, which is going to be a use state, right? And then pass the set members here inside of the members. So for example, pass here the set members inside of the set members, and then inside of the members go here on the add and also accept here state, which is going to be set members, and pass this inside. And then only on the add functionality, on the add component, I have access to the set members. All right, so as you know, this is going to take a long time and it's not really scalable, because if I increase the number of dependencies or of childs of this form component, I have to pass always the state between the components, all right, which is not good. Okay, so here on the cover and set in the icon, I actually passed here because it was only one level of dependency. So the cover it's right here and the form it's right here, so it doesn't make sense to do another way, right? But now we have the members, and inside of the members we have add, so it's two levels of dependency. Yes, you could pass the states. There's no wrong with it, but imagine that I have to add another component or another level of the components. I would always have to pass between child to child. Okay, so if you don't know, there is a thing on React named context. All right, so let's say that this is the main component, so the form, and the form has a state named name. Okay, so there is the state named name and set name. All right, and here I have the child component named name. All right, so what I want is to have access to this set name. All right, so what would be the easiest way to solve this? Okay, so I would pass the state to here. Okay, and then from this state I would also pass to here, and then from here I would finally pass to here. All right, so this would solve my problem. I have now access to the set name and name on my name component. All right, it's great, but this is actually very bad practice. Okay, every time that you have more than one dependency or more than one child levels on your tree, you should not pass as a prop. It's a bad practice. All right, so let's say that now instead of passing directly here, so I would have one more or two more child components. Okay, so now what I have to do is pass from here and then to here. Okay, so it would grow a big complexity in our code. As you may know, it's not great. Okay, so then from here to here, and then finally from here to here. Okay, so there's a way to solve this. Okay, so the way to solve this is to create a context. Okay, so a context, so here is what I want, and here is what is where I want the thing that I want. Okay, so inside of name, so let's say that we keep the same child components and the same tree. Okay, but now I'm not going to pass props. All right, I'm not going to pass props. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is create here a context. Okay, so create a context like this, and the context is going to have access to the set name and the name. All right, but now instead of linking the form all the way to the name, what I have to do is just access here the name right away. Okay, so I don't have to pass this state all the way to this component. I just have to access the context, and now I have access to the name and the set name. I hope that makes sense, right? So this is exactly what I'm going to do here. So here I'm going to create a const named form context, which is going to be our context. All right, and for this we have to create a context, and this is coming from React, and then you have to give a type to your context. So here I'm going to say as form context, okay, which is going to be a type, form context. And you can give the same name because this you can give here the same name because this is a variable and this is a type. So for the context, I'm going to have the members like this. So for now, I'm just going to say members. All right, it's all that we're going to have for now. Okay, so on the context, we should have access to the members. Okay, so let me import here the types user. So members is just an array of users. There we go. So now I'm going to take this off, which is for just to explain what I wanted. And now we have our context. We are going to start using it. Okay, so here I'm going to say form context, and I'm going to use the provider. So the provider is where I can provide the values that I want. Right, so provider, there we go. And now I have to pass here the value is the thing that I want for the context, and as I defined here, we need the members. Okay, so here members is just going to be a state. Okay, so members and set members is going to be a use state. For now it's going to be an empty array, but it should be an array of users, right? And besides the members, we also have to pass the set members, which is going to be a function that is going to return void and is going to accept the members, which is going to be an array of users. All right, now that we have that, I can pass here the set members inside of the provider. And okay, so now we created our context, and now how do we use this context? Okay, so here on the members, and then on add is where we want to use the context. All we have to do is I'm going to say here, for example, yeah, we can get here the object, and what we have to do is say use context like this, and then we can say which context do we want to use. So the context that I want to use is the form context. So for this I have to export that. So export form context like this. All right, so now you see that we have access to the members and the set members. All right, but there is a better way that I like to do that. Okay, so instead of exporting the form context, what I like to do is export here a hook. Okay, so export a function that I named use form context. Okay, and what I'll do is return the value of the use context right away and the form context. All right, so this is exactly what we was doing, but now we just have to import the use form context. I think it's much better. Okay, so with this, instead of doing like this, so now I have the use context import I can delete, and also the form context that there is not anymore. What I have to do is just import the use form context. Okay, like this, and make sure you import this from this file, okay, and not from React hook form. All right, so now I can have access to the members and the set members, right? So nice. Okay, so what I'm going to do here with those two states is add this new member. Okay, so this new member that I'm trying to add, I'm going to add to the array. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is to remove duplicates, and now you're going to see how I'm going to do that. So remove duplicates is going to be a new set of an array, which we are going to have the user to invite Okay, so this user that we're trying to add and the rest of the users. Okay, and then we're going to have the new members, which is just going to be an array from this remove duplicates. And now finally, with those new members, what we're going to do is set members as new members. Okay, so this is going to update the state. Okay, so what this set does, this set is, you can think this as an array, but set doesn't allow duplicates. Okay, so let me go here to the spec so you can see it. So let's say that I have an array right here. So array, which is going to be 1, 2, and 3, then 4, and then 4 again. So what I want is to remove this 4, and to do this, what I have to do is just create here a new state, a new set, where I pass here the array. And what this is going to do is remove, so I'm going to set this as set, is remove the duplicate. Okay, so now if I print the set, now I don't have the 4 twice, I just have 1, because set doesn't allow duplicates in an array. Okay, and then to pass this, transform this into an array back again, what I have to do is just say array from this set, and this is going to return me this as an array. Okay, so this is exactly what we're doing here, just to prevent duplicates from the members. We are removing, we are adding here the new user to invite, and then we are passing here the rest of the members, and then we are transforming this into an array, and then updating here the state. Okay, and now what we can say is pass here a toast and say a new user was added to your members list. All right, so nice. All right, now that we updated the state, we are going to show the list of the users down here, as I said. Okay, so now go back to the index.tsx, and in here we are going to create here a new component, which is going to be list.tsx. Okay, so as you may guess, is where we are going to show the list of the users that are on the project. All right, so the first thing that we have to do is pass here the list, so we can see what we're doing. And then we are going to have access to the members, so I'm going to use the use form context thing that we created. So here we're going to have access to the members and the set members. All right, so yeah, so now we are going to show the members. Okay, so we're going to start here with a div, which is going to have a class name of flex column, and with the full bg secondary and p of 6, so padding 6, and then rounded. Okay, so here we're going to map through all of the members, so members dot length. So first we're going to check if we have members, so if members is more than 0, then what we're going to do, we're going to say here no for now. And if we don't have a member, any members, what we're going to do is just return here a div, which is going to have a class name of small title and text center. Okay, so which is going to say you have no members added to your project, in case we have no members. Okay, so let me see, there we go, you have no members added to your project, which is right, we haven't added any members here to our project until now. Okay, so what if we do have members? What we're going to do is use here a members.map, so we're going to map through all of the members, and for each member we are going to return a div, okay, with a key of member.id and with a class name of flex items center justify between let me just increase here all the way, PY04 border of button. There we go. And okay guys, so there's one thing that we have to do here. So here on the index, I imported here the user type from our own types, but what we should do is import the user from the Prisma type. Okay, so we should do it like this. Okay, so here on the list, back on the list, yeah, it should be like this. Okay, so now going back to the list, here, yeah, is member.id, and then inside of this div, we're going to create here a new one, which is going to say class name, flex item center, and gap of 8. And inside of here, we are going to show the user profile. So we're going to add here an image, which is going to be coming from next image. So the alt is going to be member picture, and the width for this picture is going to be 40, and the height is also going to be 40, and the src, so the source, is going to be the member dot picture. Okay, so show the picture of the member, and for the class name I'm going to say rounded full, and also object cover. Okay, so it's going to cover the whole size. Below this image, I'm going to add a new div. Okay, so inside of this div, I'm going to add here a class name of flex items center and gap of 4, and then here on the span, I'm going to show the member dot name, so the name of the member, and for the class name I'm going to say small title. And then below the span, I'm going to add here a new one, which is going to say member dot email. Okay, for the class name I'm going to say text zinc 500, font bold, and text of extra small. All right, so this is it for displaying the user information. We are going to add another things, but for now we are going to leave like this. Okay, and the thing that we're going to add after that is here. So above the last div, so above the last div, it was like that. Above the last div, we are going to add here a new div, which is going to say like remove the member, but for now I'm going to just leave like this. Okay, so now let's test it out, our code. So let me try to add here a new member. So let me say like add this email. It has to be a valid email. We already added that. So invite, and it says you're already a member because this is my project. But let me see if I add like this. So user was not found, so it has to be another email. Let me see, user was not found. Okay, so maybe I'm going to try with this email right here. Okay, so there you go, a new user was added to your members list. It has to be a valid user, as we did. Okay, so now this is a valid user, and as you can see, this new user is added here. Okay, so let's say that I want to remove this user. So this is what we're going to do now. Okay, so again, above the last div, we are going to add here a new one, and we are going to use this alert dialog. Okay, so we can remove the user. Okay, so we are going to use the npx chat-cn latest add alert dialog. So I'm going to open here the terminal and add a new component, which is going to be this one. So again, npx chat-cn latest add alert dialog is going to import the component that we need, and we can already start importing the components. So import from components, and then UI and alert dialog, like so. Okay, so again, this is going to ask you if you want to proceed, so we are going to use the use first. It's saying that the button already exists, so we are going to overwrite it, so yes. And now we're going to start importing the components. So the first one is the alert dialog, and then the alert dialog action. So if you want to have this these recommendations, what you have to do is use Control and then space. It's going to give you the recommendations, and then you just have to press enter to add it automatically. Okay, so it's going to be the alert dialog action, the alert dialog cancel, the alert dialog content, the alert dialog description, the alert dialog footer, the alert dialog header, the alert dialog title, and finally the alert dialog trigger. Okay, so this is what we're going to use. Okay, so here on this div we're going to start using the alert dialog. So alert dialog is going to be the parent component, and then for the alert dialog trigger, alert dialog trigger, so the trigger is the one that is going to trigger the content. So for the alert dialog we have to pass here as child, so this prop is very important. So we're going to pass here the span. So this span is going to have the class name of text extra small underline text zinc of 400 and hover text red of 400. Okay, and here it's going to say remove. Okay, so this is going to be the trigger, and when we click here on the trigger we're going to have the alert dialog content. Okay, so this alert dialog is going to show like a pop-up saying, are you sure that you want to remove the user, and then it's going to have a button to continue, another button to cancel. Okay, so here on the content, let me just format the document and close here the terminal. Instead of the content we're going to have the alert header, alert dialog header, and inside of the header we're going to have the alert dialog title. Okay, which is going to say, are you sure? So are you sure that you want to remove the user? And then we also going to have the alert dialog description, which is going to say you are removing then member.name. So it's going to show the name of the person. You're removing blah 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 as one of the project members, or better, you are removing blah 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 from the project members list. Okay, I think it's more accurate. Okay, so now below here the header we're going to have the alert dialog footer. Okay, I always tag this with O instead of A, I don't know why. So dialog footer like this, and the footer is going to have the alert dialog cancel, which is going to be the button to cancel the action. So here we're going to say cancel, and we're also going to have the one to do the action that we was trying to do before. So continue or remove anyways or something like that. Okay, so then when we click on this button, what we're going to do is call a function named remove member. Okay, which we have to pass member as a parameter, and as you may guess we have to create this function. So we are going to create this const remove member, and then we need the member and the user as a parameter, and the user is coming from Prisma, not from type/user. And for now we're just going to leave like this. Okay, so what's going to happen is when we click here on the remove, it shows this pop-up, or we can say cancel error or remove anyways. Okay, so when we click remove anyways, we are going to call here this function, which is going to remove the user from the list. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. So const new members. So here we're going to create here a variable that is going to be the new members, which is going to be members dot filter. So we're going to filter every member where the ID is different to the member dot ID. Okay, and then we can set members as these new members, like that. Okay, so believe it or not, this should be work now. So if I say here remove, anyways, you see that it was removed. Okay, so nice. Okay, now that we can add or remove new users, what we have to do is just to create the project itself. Okay, so let's see what we have done. We can add here a cover to our project. So let's say like this one from Messi, and then let's say Messi is okay, guys. So if you get this error, if you get this error when you try to type here on the name, you get this error. It is actually a bug from, as I said, we are using unsupported version from Next.js, which Chatien is not supported for now. So to fix this, what you have to do is say value here, and then field dot value or empty. Okay, so this should solve the bug. Okay, so now if I refresh and if I try to type something, you see that we don't have the error anymore. Okay, so let's see what we have done until now. So we can upload here image, we can upload or set an icon, we can add here a name to our project and also a description. We can even add members to our project. So let's say I want to add this guy as a member to our project. I can invite him and he is going to be added to the members list. And finally, when I click create, I want to create this project. Okay, so this is what we're going to do now. So on the onSubmit function, all that we have now, it's that. Okay, so we only have this. Okay, so now we are going to actually create the project. So what we're going to do is doing here a try and catch, and also here finally. So I already explain what this does. So this basically we're going to try to do what is inside of this block, and if for some reason it doesn't work out, this is going to go to this catch block, and if it works out or doesn't, this is going to always go to this finally block, so we can set is loading back to false. Okay, so here we're going to set is loading back to false, and here we're going to set is loading to true because we are trying to do something. Okay, so this, as I said, this finally is going to run no matter what. Okay, so even if what we're trying to do here goes wrong or goes right, this is going to run anyway. Okay, so we are not going to do any, well, we can do just console log or console log error, the error. Okay, so this stops complaining. Okay, the first thing that I want to do, okay, so there's a lot of steps that we have to go through. Okay, so the first one is get the cover URL. Okay, so if you remember, what we have for the cover is only a file. No, we're not going to store any files in our database. We're going to transform this into a URL and store this URL on the table. Okay, and besides that, then we're going to check if the user is indeed authenticated. Okay, because just one more check to check the user is authenticated, and then we are going to get the members IDs so we can later add them to the database, and finally we are going to create the project itself. Okay, only when we finish those steps. Okay, so let's start with the first one, cover URL. Okay, so for the cover URL, I'm going to use uploading. Okay, so we can upload this file to this thing here. So the name of the thing that I'm going to use is uploading. All right, so search uploading here on Google, and it's going to show you this website. Okay, I'm going to leave this on the description. Okay, so you click here on get started for free, and you can sign in with GitHub. Okay, and then you have to put here your credentials, and once you do that, you are redirected to this page. Okay, so this is going to be very, very easy. This is a project from the guy that created the T3 stack. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but yeah. So this is going to be very simple. Okay, so here you create a new project, and here you can give app name. Okay, so this is going to be Mira. I'm going to give the name of Mira. So this is going to be a personal team, and then for the options, this is going to be the free one, of course, and finally you can create app. Okay, once you do that, you're going to be redirected to this page, which is your project management page, and in here you're going to have access to the API keys. Okay, so with these API keys, what you can do is okay, so have here the secret key, which is here, and also I don't know what I did here, and also the token. Okay, so I'm going to copy here the token first, and the token I'm going to put here on the .env file. Okay, so I'm going to have here the uploading token is this one. Okay, so it's here. So we are going to follow here the documentation. Okay, so next app router. Okay, so we have to first install this, so npm install uploading, and then uploading react. So first step is to do that, so I'm going to install that right away. So while this is installing, we are going to follow to the next step. So add the .env variables. Oh, and we got an error because of the dependencies incompatibility. Okay, so I'm going to just say force to first installation. Okay, now if you go to package.json, you should find the uploading and also the uploading react. Okay, so the dependencies are different from the React dependencies are different from the ones that we are using here on the project, but hopefully we can go over it. Okay, so now add here the upload token, which we already have done. Here is the uploading token, and now we don't need to do that. Yeah, I think that's all that we have to do. Okay, so I actually did a different way that they are recommended here on the step guide, but this also works. Okay, so the way that I did is go here on the app. Okay, so here at the top, the first app, not the one inside of the private. So here inside of app, we are going to have here the API. Okay, where we have the Auth0, right? So inside of API, we are going to create here a new folder, which is going to be upload. Okay, so this is where, make sure you add this inside of API. Okay, so here on upload is where we're going to upload our files. So for this, we're going to use the raw.ts. Okay, so in this file, what we're going to do is export an async function, which is going to be post. Okay, so we are going to take this, we're going to take a request like this, and then we are going to do what we gotta do. Okay, so first we're going to get the form data. Okay, so in this request we are awaiting for request data. Okay, so form data, we are expecting a form data. Okay, and instead of this form data, we should have a file. Okay, so file is coming from this form data. If I type this correctly, we are expecting here the file as type of file. Okay, so here we're going to do a try catch. Okay, so we are trying to get here a response from Auth API, which we haven't created yet. So here on the root of the folder, we are going to create here a new in the root of the project, we are going to create a new folder named upload thing. Okay, so here on upload thing, we are going to have the index.ts. Okay, so in this file, the only thing that we're going to do is import upload thing API. Okay, so Auth API from upload thing /server. Okay, and then we are going to export a const named Auth API, which is upload thing API, which is going to be a new instance of the Auth API. I won't just name Auth API, I think it's easier to pronounce. Okay, so now with this, let's go back to our route, and we are going to use, as I said, the Auth API. So this is like the client of Auth API. So we are using it now, and we are going to use to upload this specific file. Okay, so we're going to upload this file. Okay, and then finally we can return a next response dot JSON, which is going to be our response. Okay, if this goes well. Okay, if it doesn't, it means that we got here an error. So what we're going to do is return a next response dot JSON, and we are going to return an error with a status of 500. Okay, so that means that is an internal server error. All right. Okay, so now we are going to go here to services, and we are going to create here a new service for the cover. Okay, so the whole thing that we're doing here, so the upload thing and blah blah blah, is to upload the cover file. Okay, so we get an URL. Okay, so here on the cover that we just created, we are going to export an async function named upload cover. Okay, so we're going to get a cover as a parameter, which can be either a file or a string. Okay. Okay, why am I saying that it can be a string? Okay, so if you see here, the default cover is actually already an image URL. Okay, so if we use the default cover, we don't need to upload this file, because this is not even a file. Okay, so here it can either be a file or a string. Okay, so if it's a string, that means that it's already an URL. Okay, so here we're going to make a check if type of cover is string. Okay, so if the type of the cover is a string, then we are going to return the cover. So okay, so that means that this is already an URL. If not, then what we're going to do is create here a form data, which is going to be a new form data, and inside of this form data we are going to append a file, which is going to be the cover. Okay, which is a file. Okay, and then, because if you remember here on the route that we created, so here upload, you see that we are expecting here a file. So this is what we are doing. So we are appending a file to our form data. So here I'm going to do a fetch, so await fetch. So what we're going to fetch is on the API /upload, which is this exact route. So upload, so API then upload, and then we have to pass here the method, which is post, is the exact method that we have here. So here this is a post method, and then we have to pass here the body. Okay, and for the body we are going to pass here the form data, which is this API is expecting. Okay, so now we are going to get the response. All right, and the response, inside of the response, before returning the response, we're going to get transform this from a JSON, so response.json, and finally we can return the data.url. This should give us an URL. Okay, so I'm going to return this as a string or undefined, because it can be undefined. Okay, so data may not exist and data may also not exist, so we are preventing from that. Okay, so with this we should finally finish our first step. So const cover URL, so we are going to await upload cover, which is the service function that we created, and here we can pass the cover inside. Okay, now we have the cover URL. Okay, if we don't have any cover URL, then what we can do is return a toast. I don't know if I already have that. We don't, so here we're going to say const toast is going to be a use toast from the hooks, like so, and here we're going to use the toast, so toast, and then we're going to say an error occurred trying to upload the cover. Okay, so we're going to return here an error, and this actually has to be async because we are awaiting for the upload cover. Okay, so if not, then we're going to show here toast for now, saying okay, like this. All right, so yeah. Okay, now let's go back to our app. Okay, so what should happen is when we click here on create, we should go here on files and we should see the cover that we are trying to upload. Okay, so let me create here upload, and let me upload this file, and then let me click create. So I actually have to give here a name, a description, and click here create. Let's see, and we got okay. Okay, so that means that probably our thing was uploaded, and it was. All right, so let me open here the file, and there we go. There we have the messy. Very nice. So that means that our upload functionality is working very well. Okay, so now that we have the cover URL, we are going to check if the user is indeed authenticated. Okay, so for this I'm going to get here the session, so session, and I'm going to wait here to get the auth. So we already created the function, and from the session I'm going to get the user. So user session dot user, and make sure you spell that right. So session, and if we don't have any user, then we're going to return a toast saying not authenticated. Okay, just to prevent from users that are not authenticated from creating a project. Okay, and now we're going to get the members IDs. Okay, so one of the steps is the members IDs, so let's do it. Okay, so members, let me just separate the steps. There we go. So this is going to be a new one. So members IDs is going to be members.map. So we only want the IDs from the members, so it's going to be members and then m.id. Okay, so now we are going to create the data that we need to create the project. Okay, so const data, first we need the cover URL, so cover is going to be cover URL, and then we also need the icon, which is going to be the icon. The icon itself is already an URL, so we don't need to upload anything. The description, description, make sure you spell that right, is going to be coming from the values. So the values from the onSubmit values dot description, okay, or empty. The name is going to coming from the values dot name, so this is the name of the project. The owner ID is going to be the session dot user dot sub, which is the ID of the owner, and the members IDs is going to be the members IDs. Okay, so this is going to be the data to create the project. Okay, so now let's go to the services and then on the create project. So here should be, oh, we haven't created anything yet. So here let me say project.ts, and I'm going to export an async function named create project like this. And for the data, we are going to say that is going to be the create project, which is the type that I'm going to create right now. So type create project is coming from Prisma dot project. Make sure you import Prisma first. So Prisma from Prisma. So Prisma project. So if it's auto completing for you, it should be Prisma dot project create args and then data. Okay, so this should give you the exact data that Prisma needs to create the project. Okay, so now with this data, okay, so we are going to get things from the data. One of the things is the members ID. Okay, so members IDs, and then we're going to get the rest. So we're going to create here the project. So we're going to await Prisma. So import Prisma, and then we're going to go to the project. Oh, we don't have the project created. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so before creating the actual project, we should create here the model for the project. Okay, so let's go here to Prisma and the schema.prisma, and we have to make some we have to update things here inside of the project. Okay, so here we're going to create a new model, which is going to be the project model, and the project model is going to have an ID, okay, which is going to be a string, and is going to be an ID, and by default is going to be a UUID generated. Okay, and then we're also going to have our owner, which is going to be a user, so a user that we already have, and we are going to have a relation named user projects. So this is the name of our relation, and this relation is going to have the fields of owner ID. So we're going to create this field right now. So owner ID, which is going to be a string. Okay, and then this owner ID is referring to is referencing to the ID from this user. Okay, so again, we're creating here a new relation named owner, which is relating to the user, and we are relating the key ID from user.id to this owner ID that we created here. So a user has many projects and a project has only one user. Okay, so we have to specify this also on the user. Okay, so let's say user, as I said, a user has many projects and the project only has one user. Okay, as a owner, of course, it can have members, but here we are saying as a owner. Okay, so projects is an array of project, so a user can have many projects, and the name of the relation has to be the same one that we got here. So whose user project. Okay, there we go. Now with this, you can press this down here. We also going to have the cover, which is going to be a string, so this is going to be the cover URL. Also we're going to have the icon, which is also going to be a string, And a user can either be a owner or a member. Okay, so he also can be a member of a project. Okay, so we can say here members is going to be a user array. So a project can have many members, and a user can be member of any project. Okay, so it's going to be a list of users, which the name of the relation I'm going to give is project members. So it's also always good to give a name to your relation. Okay, so here you have to define the members IDs array, so the list of IDs of the members. There we go. And now we have to go back here on the user and create here a new property named member of, which is the list of project that the user is in. So member of project array, so the list of the project that the user is in, and the relation name is the same, so project members. And here we also have to create a new property named member of IDs, okay, which is going to be a string. Okay, so this is going to be the IDs of the projects that the user is in. It's actually almost the same thing that we did here, but here is the IDs of the user that are in a specific project. So besides that, we're also going to have the name, which is going to be a string, and the description, which is also going to be a string. Okay, so we have more things to add, but for now we're just going to leave like this. Okay, so now we're going to use the npx Prisma db push to push this to the Prisma database, or we can use npx Prisma migrate. So when we use the difference between npx Prisma db push is that it's going to push automatically. I mean, when you use db push, this is going to push the changes that we did here, so this is only going to push. But when we use npx Prisma migrate, this is going to create a migration file. Okay, so it's going to add the records and all of the changes that we did, everything in a migration file. Okay, so I'm going to choose the npx Prisma migrate. So this is going to migrate. Here you have to say where you want to migrate, so I'm going to say migrate dev, and you see that this is migrating now. Okay, so here they are asking to reset the data, and we're going to agree, and yeah, and here is going to ask us for the name of migration. Okay, so here's asking for a migration name. I'm going to give edit project table. Okay, and then I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so now it created a migration file. Okay, so as you can see here is a migration file of what we did on the schema, and if you want you can check right here. Okay, so now let's go back to our database, and I'm going to go to the mirror, and here on tables now we have here the project, as you can see. Okay, and now we don't have any user because we deleted all of them. Okay, so now let me go back to localhost 3000, and here we have to sign in again. So you have to log out first manually, and then click here on get started again and log in manually again. Okay, so I'm going to log in with this account. There we go, and make sure that the user is here. There we go, the user is here. Let me log out again and add a new user, which is going to be a second account, so I can invite somebody on my project. There we go, make sure that the user is here. Here he is, and let me log into my main account, which is there one. Nice. Alright, so what we was doing, so let me go back here. I don't know if the types are updated. I don't think so. Okay, so I think I have to close the file. Yeah, I'm going to close everything. So close all and go here back to services and then project. Let me see if it's updated. No. Okay, so I have to close Visual Studio Code because the IntelliSense is not working even after we made here the changes to our model. So I'm going to close and reopen again. Okay, so now we have the IntelliSense. So what I was trying to do is project and then create args and then data. Okay, so this is going to give us all of the properties that we need to create a new project. Okay, so here is going to be await prisma.project.create. Okay, and then the data is going to be the rest that we got here plus the members IDs, which is that, and the members we have to pass like this, and we have to connect the members to the members IDs. Okay, so here we have to say that members IDs as an array. Okay, and we are going to map it, each ID, to an array, as an object of IDs. Okay, so this should connect to the user table to say which users are in this project. I hope that makes sense. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is it to create the project, but as you can see, we also going to get the project itself, and here below the data we can say to include when we return this project. I want to include the owner and also the members. Okay, so here say true to return the members and true to return the owner. All right, and then we can return here the project. Nice. So with this the create project function, it's created. Okay, so now let's go back here to app and then private and then app and then form and then index.tsx. It's a large file structure. Okay, so here finally what we can do is await and then we're going to call the create project function and pass the data here inside. Okay, so with this we should have the project created, and now we have here error. So what I can do is, instead of doing like this, I'm going to pass here the data right away, okay, to see where the error is coming. So owner ID, let me see why. Okay, so is a misspelling, it should be owner ID. Nice. So now after we create the project, what we can do is call here a toast and say a new project was created successfully. I type this right. Okay, and then finally what we can do is redirect the user back to the app page. Okay, so I'm going to use here the router, so use router from next/navigation. Make sure it's import from next/navigation, and this is going to take us back to the app page. Okay, so app, like so. All right, so now let's test it out. So here I'm going to say create new project, and here I'm going to upload an image, which is going to be the image from Messi. And for the icon, let me add here a crown because he's the king of football. Let me search here for a crown. There we go. And then the name is going to be Messi, the GOAT, and add here a description, add here a member, so it's going to be myself as a member, so my other account. So I'm going to invite me, there we go, and let me click here create, and we got an error. Okay, so Prisma client is unable to run this browser environment or has been bundled for the browser. Okay, so this is actually a mistake from me. Okay, so as you can see, this component is running in a client environment. So this makes every function that is called here to be called on the client environment. Okay, so to prevent that, what we can do is say here on the top of this create project function, use server. Okay, so this is going to make sure that no matter what, even if this is called in the if the parent that is calling this function is running on the client environment, this is going to run on the server environment. Okay, no matter what. Nice. So with this we should have this working. So let me do everything again. Okay, so now let me create again, and there we go, a new project was created successfully, and now this should take us back to the app page. Okay, so let's just make sure that the project was created, and let me go here to project, and you can see here a new project, okay, with the project members and everything. All right, so we have this working. Yeah, now that we have the ability to create new projects, now we are going to edit them. Okay, so the first step before adding to the project is making a better way to go to the project. All right, so here on the home page or /app, we only see, hey, this is a private page. What we should see is a list of all of the projects that we have, and also here the same thing. All right, so this is what we're going to do in this section. Okay, so I'm going to the /app and then page, and here you see the message that I was talking about. And now what we're going to do is just show all of the projects that we have. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is get the session, okay, because we only want to get the projects that are for a specific user. Okay, so get Auth like this, if I type this correctly, so it's going to be get Auth like this, and we are going to get the user from this specific session, so session.user, and make sure you transform this component into a sync component like so. So now you have access to the user, and if there is no user, then we are going to just return null, even because the user that is not authenticated cannot access this page. Okay, so then we are going to get the projects. So for this I'm going to use the wait get user projects is a function that we still have to do. So get user projects, and we have to pass the ID of the user. Okay, in this case is the sub or sub, I don't know how to pronounce this. Okay, so then here on services you are going to go to the projects, and here on the projects we are going to define this new function. So export async function get user projects. Okay, very self-explanatory. So we are going to get all of the projects that are from a specific user, and also not only the user project, but also the projects that the user is inside. Okay, so the project that the user is a member. Okay, so we are going to get both. Okay, so here is going to be user ID, which is going to be a string. So user ID, which is going to be a string. Okay, so const, we are going to define the project here. So we are going to await Prisma to go to the project table and find many projects. Okay, where so there's two options that can happen, where a user is the owner, so where the owner ID is equal to the user ID, so that means that the user is a member. There you go. Or the list of member IDs. So member IDs has this specific ID, so user ID. Okay, so if the user is the owner or is one of the members of the project, then we are going to show on the list. Okay, so besides here the where, we're also going to include and members. Okay, so this is just going to include the members list in the project. Okay, all right, and then what we can do is just return projects. Okay, so this is going to give us all of the projects that the user has. Okay, so I'm just going to call this function. So now we are going to do the JSX. Okay, so we're going to do a class name and medium grid, and then medium grid calls 3 and flex column of gap 4. So this is going to use 3 good grid columns on the medium devices or and on the small devices we are only going to have a flex column. Okay, right. So first we are going to show here a button to create a new project. I know that we already have it here, but we're also going to add here a new one. So we are going to start by importing next link, and the href is going to be app/new. Okay, so it's going to be the route to create a new project, and the class name is going to be width of full, height of full, border and border dashed, also flex and justify center, and also item center, like so. And is going to have a div with a class name of flex column, justify center, item center, text center, and also gap of 3, text zinc of 500, font of bold, and min height of 200 pixels. Okay, so we are centering everything on the center, and also given a gap of 3, a text zinc of 600, and font bold, and setting a minimum height for this specific div. Okay, and the only thing that we're going to put inside is an icon. So the icon is going to be the TB plus icon. Okay, so from React icon /TB, and to import that quickly as I did, you just have to type the name of the component and then use Ctrl and then space. So make sure you have this opening text so it knows that this is a component, and then use Ctrl and then space, and this is going to give you options of recommendations, a list of recommendations, and then you can select the first one by using tab like this, or you can also use enter. Okay, it's the same thing, and then you just have to close it out, and it's just it. Below this icon we're going to have a span with a class name of text extra large saying create a new project. Okay, just like so. Okay, doing this, now you see this large button that is going to take us to the app new page. Okay, so continue with that. We are going to now show the list of projects that we are included. Okay, so for this we're going to map through the projects, the things that we already got here, so the project we already have access. So we are going to list through each project, and for each project I'm going to show here a link which is going to take me to the project page that we're going to do in a minute. So link is going to take me to the project page, so we need the href, so it's going to be /app/project, and with this dynamic block and then project ID. Okay, so this is going to take us to the specific details page for that project. And then for the key, the project is going to be the project.id. Okay, so we're also going to add a class name which is going to be border transition all, and hover bg secondary. So when we hover, this is going to have a transition and is going to turn into a secondary background. Okay, so we're also going to add here rounded, so you have a little bit of roundness. Inside of this link we are going to include a div, and this div is going to have a class name of width of full and height of 44 and relative, like this, because inside we're going to have a Next.js image. Okay, so if you don't know, you cannot specify the width of an image like this. Is not going to work. What you have to do instead, or you specify directly like this, so width 44 like this, or you have to put this image inside of parent component. It can be a div, and this div has to have a relative class name, and also you have to pass here fill. Okay, so this is going to fill this whole width, and now here in this specific width you can have a dynamic width and also a dynamic height. Okay, so this is how I do it. Beside this fill property you're going to have the source. Okay, so the source is where the image is coming from, which is going to be the project dot cover, and the auth is going to be cover. All right, and for And then for the class name, it's going to be rounded. All right. So below this div, we're going to have one other div, and it's going to be and below this div, we're going to have another one, which is going to say class name of P5. This is going to be padding 5, rounded B, to have a little bit of roundness on the bottom, and also some spacing on the y-axis. All right. And inside of this div, we're also going to have here a P tag, which is going to have a class name of text 2XL, font of bold, and text zinc, just to have some styling on the text, zinc 800. And this text is going to say project dot name, just like so. Okay, so below this P, we're also going to have your div, which is going to say class name of flex item center, text extra small, and text zinc 500. Okay, and finally this is going to say TB users, and now we are going to show the number of users that are on the project. Okay, so it's going to be project dot members dot length, like so. Okay, so it's going to give you the number of members that are on the project. Alright, so now what you get is a cover image. Okay, so this is the cover. Maybe I have to pass here on the image object cover, so it's going to cover everything. It's not going to scratch the image. Okay, so you get this card for the project, where you can see here the image, a title, and the number of members that are in this project. All right, so doing this, when you click in one of the projects, what it happens is a 404, because you don't have this page created. Okay, so now what we're going to do is the details page, all right, where we can see more details about a specific project. All right, nice. So here inside of app, what we're going to do is create here a new folder under app named project, and inside the project we are going to have the ID. Okay, so it's going to be project/ID, as you can see here. Okay, and inside of ID, to transform this into a page, we have to pass here a page.tsx, so Next.js is going to know that this is a page. Okay, so doing this, what we're going to do is use RFC like this. This is going to create a component for us, and there we go. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is get information about the project. Okay, so as you know, what we're doing here is a page, and to get the specific project, what we need is the ID, where you can see here the URL in the URL. Okay, so in order to get the ID, Next.js give us this params. Okay, and inside of params there is the ID, which we are going to use to get the project. Okay, so let me just use here TypeScript to type it out. So we're just here saying that there is params object on the props, and the ID is inside of params. Okay, so now what we have to do is get a specific project. Okay, so what we're going to do is await a function named getProject, and guess what, we have to do this function, and what we're going to do is export the default async function. Okay, so going back here to the project services file, we are going to export here async function named getProjects, where we need the project ID. Okay, so here we're going to say project ID, which is going to be a string, and now what we have to do is just the query. Okay, so we are going to get the project, so we need to await prisma.project, and we're going to find only one project. Okay, so find a unique project where the ID is the project ID. Okay, so when we get this project, I'm going to make sure that we include the members, so the list of the members, and also the owner of this project. Okay, so true, like so. and then what we are going to do is just return the project how it is. All right, so now going back to the page that we were creating, we are going to get projects. I mean, this is supposed to be get project. I don't know why I say get projects. So get project, and we are going to call this function, and for this we need to pass here the ID inside, and there we go. So if for some reason we couldn't find the project, we are going to do is just return no, so not going to show anything. Okay, so for some reason there is an error in our database, so we're just going to show anything. Okay, and now what we're going to do is just the styles. Okay, so we're going to first show a cover. So we're first going to show the description and then the cover, and then the tasks which we are going to do later. Okay, so flex column and gap of 4. Okay, so first we're going to have the description about the project. So project dot description, like so, and also we're going to have a class name of text small and text zinc 600, and also font semi bold. Okay, so this is going to give you here the description about the project, and besides that we are going to show the cover image. Okay, so this is going to be class name relative width of 4 and height of 400 pixels, like so. And now we're going to show the image, so coming from next image, which is going to have the source of project dot cover, like so. Right, so it's going to have the field property, and the class name is going to be object cover and rounded. Okay, for the alt tag we are going to say cover. Okay, so this is the cover, and now you see here messy, which is nice. All right, and all right guys, so here this is the build version of the app, and what you can see besides the description and image, what you see here is kind of is something kind of like a nav bar. Okay, where you can see here the icon and the title of the project, and also here the list of the members where we can search. As you can see, we can search, and also here there's the setting tab where we can delete the project if we are the owner, and also edit. All right, so this is what we're going to do in this section. All right, so here, and what we're going to do is add here a layout.tsx. okay, so this layout.tsx, we're going to use the rfc command to create the layout, and as you know, every layout has a children, so we're going to put this children right here. Okay, so let me just define here the layout props. So layout props, we are going to have the children, the layout props, we are going to have here the children, which is going to be a react node. Okay, so just like so, and we can put here the children inside. Okay, there we go. So with this we are going to create here the navbar that I was talking about, but before it I'm going to have here a class name on this div of flex column and a gap of 7. Okay, so inside of this div we're going to have another div where I'm going to put the children inside. Okay, so now what we're going to do is create the navbar. Okay, so this is going to be navbar slash index.tsx to create the navbar, and we're going to use the rfc command to create it quickly. There we go. So now we have here the navbar component, and just to make sure we're going to put this on the layout so we can see it. Okay, so navbar like this. All right, so now you can see here navbar. Nice. So now let's go back on the navbar, and to move quickly between the components, you just have to use left control and left click. This is going to take you to the component or on the function definition. Okay, so I'm here inside of the navbar, and what I'm going to do is say that I need here the project, because we need the project information here. Okay, so I'm going to define just here the project, which is going to be a new type that we have to create, which I'm going to name project with members. Okay, so I'm going to define this type real quick. So here on types, there's only the user right here. So now we are going to define here the project.ts, and this type is going to, first we need to import, and the type that I want to create is, so here I'm going to export a type named project with members, and this is going to be the normal project from Prisma and the list of members. Okay, so it's going to be members and then user like this. Okay, nice. So this is the project with members. So now I just gotta import that from types, and there we go. So now we have the project with members. Okay, so first I'm going to get the session. So you remember when I said that okay, do you remember when I said that only the owner of the project can have access to the config section? So I'm the owner of this project. That's the reason I can see here the config, and if I go to a different project like this, I cannot access here the config. Right, so this is what we're going to do now. So first we need the session to have information which user is authenticated. So I'm going to await get auth like this, and inside of the session, and to actually use the await, I have to transform this into async. So export default async function like this, and the Auth user is going to be inside of session.user. Okay, so first thing is check if there's not a user. So if there's not a user, even if he's the owner, we shouldn't go to that page because you're not authenticated. But if we do, what we're going to do is show the contents. Okay, so we need a little bit of style or spacing, so it's going to be p of 4, so padding 4, bg secondary, flex and justify between to space everything from each other. And then we're also going to have here a div, which is going to say a class name, let's say class name, flex items center, and a gap of 2. Okay, so the first, so we're going to show here an image, which is going to be the icon or the emoji. So source is going to be project.icon, and then we're going to have a width of 35 and also height of 35 and a out of project icon. Okay, and the span is going to be project.name. all right, so for the span, the styles are going to use text large and font bold, and also text sync 800. Okay, so this is going to give us the styles of for the text. Okay, and when I refresh, I get cannot read properties of undefined reading icon, and of course we cannot read properties of icon because I didn't pass here the props. My bad. All right, so here we have to pass the props, of course, don't forget that. And to get the project, what we have to do is call the await get project function. Okay, and to use this thing, first we need to transform this into a sync function like this, and two, we also need the ID of the project that we want to get. Okay, luckily inside of the props there is the params, as I said, and params there is the ID. Okay, not only pages can do that, also layout can have access to the params. So now we just have to define it here. So inside of params there's the ID, which is a string. Okay, so like this, and now we can pass here the ID inside, and now we have access to the project. Okay, so put here the project inside. Okay, so now that we get the project, we're just going to make sure that there is a project. So if there is not, then what we're going to show is couldn't find the project that you are looking for. Okay, so maybe there's an error in the database, or maybe the ID is wrong. Okay, so now doing this, what you see is here the icon and then the title. All right, so let's say that I typed here wrong, so let's try to find here a project that does not exist. It shows couldn't find the project that you're looking for. So nice. Okay, so let me just go back, and there we go. And now what we're going to do is this other part of the project where we can see the number of members, where we can search by the name, and also here the config section. Okay, so now below this div that we just created, we're going to create here a new one, which is going to have a class name of flex items center and a gap of 4. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is show the number of members that there's on the project. Okay, so here inside of navbar, we're going to say members.tsx, and for this I'm going to create here a functional component, so members like this, and we can put here the members inside of the navbar. All right, so nice. So let me just close here the rest of the files we don't need. There we go. So here to actually show the members, we need the members, so we're going to ask here for the props, which is going to be members as an array of users, and then we are going to, so for this specific functionality of searching members, so we're going to use a combination of a drop down menu and a popover. Okay, so we're going to see later how that works. So I'm going to open here a terminal so we can install it. So I'm going to use npx cn latest and then add like this. So just going to open here a menu where I can select what I want to add. So the thing that we're going to use is the drop down. So let me look for the drop down. There we go. To select, use here the space. So space to select, drop down, and also the command, which is up there. Okay, so command. There we go. And then let me hit enter to install it, and then use force to force installation, or you can use the normal command that we've been using of npx cn latest add is the drop down menu, and then once you do that, you also install here the command. Okay, so I just did like this because I can install the both in a row. Okay, so now we are going to import the things that we need. So the first thing that we need to import is the drop down menu. Okay, so use control space to show the IntelliSense. So drop down menu, and then here's going to be the drop down menu trigger. So make sure that everything that you import in here is coming from components and not from radix. Just make sure that. And then inside of this trigger, we're going to show here a div which is going to say class name, with a class name of flex items center, a gap of 2, a small title class name, and a bg of zinc 200, some spacing on the x-axis, so px3, and also some spacing on the top and bottom, so py 1.5, and finally rounded. Okay, so inside of this div, we're going to have here span saying members, and then here on the members, we're going to have here this parentheses and then some curly braces to show actually the number of members that there are on the project. Okay, and then we're just going to show here little icon, so tb users, just like so. Okay, so now going back to the project, let me see how this is looking, and we get error because we didn't pass here the props. So here's the props of members should be project dot members, just like so. And the types of user that we import in here is not that one. The user that we want to import is the one that is coming from Prisma. Okay, so make sure you import the right user. Okay, doing this, now if you go back to the project, now we can see here this little thing showing up with the number of members, so only one. Okay, so below here the drop down trigger, we're going to have the drop down content, menu content. Okay, so there's the thing that's going to show when we click here on the trigger. Okay, so inside here of the content, we're going to show is the command. Okay, so the another component that we importing from components. Okay, so import here the command, and again make sure you import this from /components and not from Redux. Okay, so we sign here from Redux. Now I'm going to make sure that this is from components. There we go. Nice. So inside of here the command, we're going to show the command input like so, coming from components again. So make sure you import from components, and the input is going to have a placeholder which is going to say search members. Okay, so we can search the members. Okay, below this input we're going to have the command list, also coming from components. There you go, you have to open all the way. So if you're wondering how do I close this so fast, so when I do this, this closes automatically for me, is because I have here a extension named Auth0 tag, which helped me do exactly that, close automatically. And also I have here other extension named Auth0 rename tag. So if I rename like this, you see that this is renaming for me the bottom part of the component. I just don't have to type again. Okay, so those two libraries help me a lot. Okay, so we have here the command list, and then inside of the command list we're going to show the command empty. Okay, so this is going to show when we don't have any results. Okay, so when we search here on the input, if we search and we couldn't find anything, this command empty is going to show, which is going to say no members found. Okay, just like so. Below this command empty, we are going to have the command group, also coming from components, and this is going to be the group of the members. Okay, so here I'm going to make a map through the members, so members.map, and for each member what we're going to do is show a command item, so coming from components. The key of this item is going to be member.id, and the value of this member is going to be member.email. Okay, so when we're looking for type here on the input, this is going to look for a value similar to this. Okay, and for the class name we're going to say flex gap of 3 items center and justify between. Right, or just maybe without the justify between. Okay, so first we're going to show here an image inside of this command item. So show here an image, we can close this. We're going to show here an image with a next image, and the source is going to be the member dot picture, like so. Okay, so this is going to have a width of this image is going to have a width of 25 and also a height of 25, so both 25. The out is going to be member emg, and the class name is going to be object cover and rounded full, just like so. All right, so below this image you're going to have your span with the user email, so member.email, and also a class name of text of small. So now you can see here the user, and when I search and I don't find anything, it shows no members found. Okay, for now we only have here one member, but later we're going to add more. Okay, now that we have here the members, what left us to do is here the config section. Okay, so for the config, let me go back here to the navbar. What I'm going to do is create here a config.tsx inside of navbar, so RFC to create it quickly, config like this, and I'm going to put this inside of below here of members inside of the navbar component. And so this config should only be visible to the people, to the person that created this project, or to the owner. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is first I'm going to require here, so let me create here the config props. So here in the props I'm going to say that I'm going to need the project, so project with members like this, and also I'm going to say Auth user, which is going to be a user from types user. Okay, so make sure you import this from types user. There you go. So here I'm going to get the project and also the Auth user, like so, and I'm going to check if the Auth user.sub, which is the ID of the user, is different to the project.owner ID. So that probably means that this is not the user, this is not the project owner. Okay, so this is not going to show the project, I mean the configuration icon. All right, so again we get this because I didn't pass here the props. So we need the Auth user, which is the Auth user, we already have that, and the project is going to be the project. Nice. So doing this and going back to the project, we still see here the config because we are the owner of the project. If we weren't the owner of the project, this wouldn't show. All right, so that is working. Okay, so now here on the div, we're going to replace it to a drop down menu, and again this is coming from so drop down menu is coming from components, not from radix. And what we're going to try to replicate is this thing. Okay, so it's going to say config for the title, and then we're going to have here two options of delete and edit. And when we click here on delete, it's going to say you are deleting this project, are you sure? And then the confirmation button. Okay, so this is what we're going to do now. So drop down menu, and then we also can have drop down menu label, which is coming from components, which is going to say config. Okay, so this is going to be the title of the drop down menu, and for also going to have here the drop down menu separator. Okay, so coming from components again, like so. And then for inside of below this separator, we're going to have the drop down menu group, which is going to show the list of items or the list of options that we got here. Okay, so the first option is going to be to edit the project, so it's going to be drop down menu item like this, coming from components. And here we are going to say inside of the drop down menu, we're going to have here the link, which is going to take us to the edit page. Okay, so next link, this is going to take us to the edit page, and the href is going to be /app/project and /id and then edit. Okay, so this is going to be the page to edit the project. Okay, so id is going to be the ID of the project, so let me just get it real quick. So project, inside of the project there is the ID, or you could just say project.id, is the same. Okay, So below this menu item, I'm going to have a new one to delete the project. And as I said, to delete the project is going to show up this message to ask if we are sure that we want to do that. Okay, so for this, what we're going to use, first let me just take this off. So the trigger is going to be okay, so now we're going to have this menu item right here, and you have to pass this as a child, because inside of this component we're going to have a new one, which is going to be the dialog. So dialog is this component right here. Is something like a model. Okay, so this is the dialog. Okay, so let's just force the installation. There we go. So here inside of the menu item, we're going to use this dialog. See, what's supposed to be dialog trigger like this. Okay, and the trigger is the thing that's going to trigger the content. So the trigger is going to say just delete. I'm going to have here a class name of text red of 500, a px of 2, and a p bottom of 2, and also a text of small. Okay, so below the trigger I'm going to have the dialog content, and inside of the content we're going to have first the dialog header, which is going to be the title and the description. So we're going to have here the dialog title, which is going to say, make sure to import that dialog with a I don't know why I said this with a O. So dialog trigger, title, which is going to say, are you sure? Okay, and for the description you can say whatever you want, but I would say like, you are deleting the project. Okay, just to the user is sure what he's doing. Okay, and below here the content, so we have here the content. Below the content we're going to have, no, it's not below the content, is below the header. So the header is here. Below the header we're going to have the dialog footer. Okay, and inside of the dialog footer we're going to have here the button, which is going to say delete anyways or confirm. Okay, so the variant is going to be destructive, and on the on click we're going to say handle delete. Okay, which is going to handle the deletion. Okay, so to delete is very easy. To delete the project, what we have to do is call here a function and handle delete. All right, we can do this in a minute. Okay, in this handle delete function, what we're going to do is just await the delete project function that we have to create. Okay, so here inside of services, we got here project. We are going to export here a new async function named delete project. Okay, so this delete project is going to accept here the project ID, which is going to be a string, and what we're going to do is just await Prisma.project to delete a project where the ID is equal to the project ID. Okay, simple as that. And then what we're going to do is revalidate the path. Okay, so as you know, Next.js works with cache, and once we delete the project, we're going to say to the Next.js cache to revalidate the data. Okay, so just say, hey, the data that I have here is no longer is not the newest one, so I want you to revalidate it, so it's going to be renewed. Now we just have to pass here the ID, so we can delete the project indeed, and we can also import here the delete project function. All right, and then once we delete the project, we can take the user back to the home page. Okay, so first we need here the router, so we can do that. So use router. Make sure you import the router from /navigation, since the /router is no longer available. So router, and then push to the /app. All right. Doing this, the delete project functionality should be working. Okay, so now this is complaining because we're using things that should be only available on client components. So as this on click and this hook that we're using here, so we need to transform this into a client component. Okay, so we use client, and there we go. So now let me just refresh. Let's go back to the page. What you see is menu item must be inside, or must be within menu content. Okay, so this is a mistake of mine. So this whole thing should be inside of drop down menu contents, all right, coming from components. Okay, so now what you just have to do is select everything. So select like this, so use select like this, and then here on the end, so use shift and then left click to select this everything, and put this inside of drop down menu content. Okay, and to move the component like this, what you have to do is Alt and then left up or down arrow. Okay, so this is going to move everything that you selected where you want. Okay, so besides the menu content that we didn't put before, we're going to use is also the drop down menu trigger. Okay, it's the thing that's going to trigger the menu. All right, and here we're going to just say div, and this div is going to have a class name of font bold text zinc of 600, a bg zinc of 200, a px of 3, and a py of 1.5, and finally rounded. Okay, and this is going to show the tb settings icon. Okay, so this is coming from React icons, right? Doing this, now you should see, let me just refresh it. Okay, so now you see here the edit functionality. When I click here, it should go to the edit page, and when I click on delete, this is going to show that is going to show here this delete, and when I click here delete anyways, it's going to take me back to the home page. And also here the project, let me just refresh, shouldn't be available here anymore because we deleted it. Okay, so let me just create here a new one real quick. There we go, here's the project, and nice. Okay, so we can create a project. As you can see here, we can create it. We can also edit a project. We can also delete a project, but the only thing that left us to do is edit a specific project. Okay, so when we click here on edit, this takes us to the project edit page, but you get here a 404 because this page is not created yet. So what we have to do is create the edit functionality. So let me just close everything that I got here. So here on app, and then private, and then app again, and here on project, and then ID. So this is so we can see the project here inside of ID. I'm going to create here a new folder named edit, and inside of edit I'm going to say page.tsx, so Next.js is going to read this as a page. Okay, so this is going to be the edit page. All right, so now let me just refresh real quick, and now you see here the edit page, and you also see here the navbar, because I'm using the navbar on the layout. All right, so everything that is inside of this folder, so everything that is inside of ID is going to show the navbar on the top because this is on the layout. So the edit page, let me go to the build version. So the edit page is simply going to be the form, okay, the create project form. So the only thing that is going to happen here is that we're going to have initial values, and when we click here on this button, it's going to update the project. Is not going to create here a new one. All right, so here on the edit page, as I said, the only thing that we're going to do is import here the form component from components, from here, and make sure this is the component that is here. So component, there we go, nice. So now when we click here on the edit page, we should see here the create form. Okay, as you know, the difference is that we are going to have, so the difference is that we're going to have the initial values set. Okay, so for this we need the props, and we're going to have the form props. So I'm just going to define it real quick. So form props, and you're going to need the project. Okay, so project, and the project, the type of the project is going to be the complete project. I want to show you what it is. So let me go back to the types. So the project types, and to search, use Ctrl and then P. This is going to open this tab right here where you can search the name of the file that you're looking for. So here I'm going to export a new type. So here I'm going to export a new type that I'm going to name project or complete project, which is every possible information that the project can have is going to be inside of this type. So it's going to be the normal project and the members. So it can either be project with members plus, so this is to add types to that type that we already have here, and the owner, okay, which is going to be the user. Okay, doing this we can import here the complete project type. Okay, so now you just have to import here the type complete project. There we go. Okay, so here on this form we can have two states. We can have the state to create a project, okay, so mode create, or we can have the state to edit the project. Okay, so when do we know when we are creating or when we are editing a project? Okay, so if we pass here this prop, so the project prop, that means that we are editing the project, we are not creating it. Okay, so here first I'm going to get the props. So const is going to be, I'm going to get here the project inside of the props. There we go. And then I'm going to say is editing is if we have a project. Okay, so if we have a project, then that problem is that we are editing. All right, so if we are editing here on the form, we should have default values. Okay, so here we are going to say default values is going to be is editing. So if we are editing, then we're going to have default values, and if not editing, then we're not going to show or we're not going to have any default values. So the default value if we're editing is the name, so it's going to be the project dot name, and also the description, which is going to be project dot description. All right, and then for we also have other values like the cover and the banner. Okay, so for the cover is going to be let me just separate here both. Is going to be project dot cover, or it's going to be the default cover like so. And then for the emoji is going to be the project dot icon, or is going to be the default emoji. All right, so if we don't have this icon, then it's going to go to the default emoji. Okay, so this is here the project should be on top of the is editing. Nice. And yeah, okay, so here on the h4, so here on the title, instead of saying create new project, if we are editing, we are going to say edit your project like this, and if we are not, then we're going to just say create a new project. Besides that, here on the button should be the same. So if we are editing, we are going to say edit, and if we are not editing, we're just going to say create. All right, and then as the project is created and we have the members list right here, we have to make sure that we cannot delete the owner of the project. Okay, so here I'm going to get first the project inside of the context, so make sure that we pass this to the context. So let me go back here to the form, and here in the context I'm going to say that the project is also going to be inside, and the project is going to be either undefined, okay, because sometimes we don't have the project, or it's going to be the complete project. All right, nice. So let me go back here to the list, and now we also have to pass here the project inside. There you go. So now here on the list we are going to check if project dot owner ID is the same of this member that we're trying to delete or remove, then we are going to return here a toast or a message. So we have to import the toast, so const toast is coming from use toast. All right, so we're going to return a toast saying you can't remove the owner. All right, so just to make sure that we cannot remove him. Okay, the last thing that we need to do is here on the on submit. All right, so we don't want to create a project. If we are editing, we want to edit a project. Okay, so we're going to make sure here, we're going to say if we are editing, we are going to do something else. That probably means that we are trying to create a project. Okay, so this is going to be inside of the else. All right, and if we're editing, first we're going to check here the session. Okay, so get off like this, and we are going to make sure to get here the user and make sure that this user is the owner of this project. Okay, otherwise this doesn't make sense to the user that is not the owner of that project to edit. Okay, so project dot owner ID. So if he's not the owner, then what we're going to do is use here a toast and say here on the title, this project doesn't belong to you. All right, and then we're going to return right away, so the function is going to end right here. Okay, and finally we can edit the project. Okay, and as you may guess, we have to create this function. Okay, so to edit the project, it's going to be export async function named edit project. So for this one, we're going to need the data, so create project, which is going to be almost the same thing as create project. Let me see if there's another one. Let me see here, edit project. I'm going to create here edit project, and this is going to be project update. Let me see, update args. So I'm going to need the data to update args. All right, so this is going to be edit project. All right, okay, so now the project is going to be await Prisma to go to the project table and update it. Okay, so we're going to update where the ID is equal to project dot ID, and the data is the rest. Okay, so the rest of the data, but the members IDs, so we have to do this manually. So here we're going to put the list of the members ID, which is going to be project dot members IDs dot map. I mean, this is supposed to be data. Okay, so it's not project, it's data. So data dot project members IDs. So this is going to be the members IDs. Yeah, so we're going to spread here the data, and we also need to set the members again, which is going to be here set. So it's going to be members IDs, which is coming from data, so data.members IDs, and we're going to say to TypeScript that this is an array, so as an array, and we are going to map through it. So for each ID I'm going just to return an object with ID inside. Okay, so here we are setting the members that we want on the project, and here TypeScript is complaining. We can just say here the data, this data.id is coming as a string. Okay, there we go, and nice. Okay, so with that we are creating here the project. If you want, you can return it if you want, so return project. Okay, so now here I just have to call edit project, and now I have to pass the data inside, and the data is very similar that we got here, so I'm just going to cut it and put it right here. So project data is going to be this whole thing. Okay, so let me put this back on project data. So but the difference is that here we need to pass the ID of the project, so it's going to be project.id and the rest of the project data, and we just have to import this edit project page or function. We should be good to go. All right, so with this we should have the functionality to create a project. And the other thing that we have to do here is here on where we have this styles, we are going to remove it. So remove it and say space y of 4 and width of 4. All right, okay, so when I refresh it here, the app, you don't see anything because one more time I forgot to pass the props. Okay, so this is not on editing mode, this is on creating mode. Okay, here, so here on where it says form, first we need to get the project. So project is going to be await get project, and once more, when we are on the page, we have access to the params, and then in the params we can get the ID, which is the ID of the specific project that we want to get. So I just have to define it here on the props and pass here the ID inside. Okay, so get project, there we go, enter from this into async function, so we can actually await, and if for some reason we couldn't find the project, we're going to return couldn't find the project that you are looking for. Nice. Okay, so here on the form I'm going to say project and project. So now we have passed the project props inside of this component. Now you see here with the default configuration, the default props. Okay, so let me try to edit. Oh, the only thing that is not matching is the members because we forgot to add it. So here on the members, instead of an empty array, we could say project dot members or empty array. All right, so if there is members in the project, then this is going to show up here. So let me refresh again, and in fact we don't have any members because we haven't added anybody. So let me try to add somebody else. So let me try to add this user. There we go, he's added. And then let me give here, add here description, and then the name is going to be Messi, the goat of football, and maybe add here a new icon of king, and then upload here image, and there we go. Now you see that I edit everything that I can edit, and then look here, edit, and let me see if what we have done is working. There we go. Now when I edit, you see that I go back to the app page, and let me see if if this is indeed working. There we go. The title is edited, and the description is also edited. We also have here the banner, the user that I added, so that means that everything is working. Alright guys, now that we have ability to create tasks, now it's time to make them visible. Okay, so this is the final product of the app, and you can see that we have three ways of seeing tasks. We have the table, the calendar, and the Draggble. Right, so we can start with the easiest one, which is the table. Alright, so for this I'm going to the task folder, so this text folder that you see here, and I'm going to create a new folder named views. Okay, so I'm going to, let me type this correctly, so views. So inside of views I'm going to have the index.tsx, which is going to be the main file. There we go. And then here on the page.tsx, I'm going to go below the new component, and I'm going to insert the views component. Right, so as you may guess, it's going to be responsible to show the views of the test. Right, so I'm going to use a Chatcn component again, and this time it's going to be the tabs component, this one. Right, so I can select the tab that I want. Right, so again I'm going to use Chatc npx, so I'm going to open here new terminal and use npx chatcn latest add tabs. Alright, so this is going to create the tabs component for you, and yeah, so yeah, let's just start. Okay, so here I'm going to start by replacing this div by the tabs component, the one that we just installed, and this is coming from components UI tabs. Okay, make sure you import from there, and then you're going to have the tabs list. Okay, so this is the tabs that you want for the tabs. Okay, so I'm going to have the tabs trigger and this special one, and make sure you import this from components, not radix. And the tabs trigger, we're going to have the table first, and the value is going to be table. Okay, so we're going to have two more of that, but this is going to be calendar, and then we're going to have Draggble, and then make sure you replace here the value, so calendar and then Draggble. Okay, and then now we're going to show the tabs content, so tabs content. So this tabs content is going to appear when we select the table. So here the table, the value should be table, and here I'm going to say table for now, and then we're going to copy these two more times. So here we should have calendar, and replace here by calendar, and here we should have Draggble, and here we select Draggble also. Right, so let me format the document, and there we go. Alright, so now going back to the app, you should see here the views. So let me just refresh, and there we go. Now you can see here the views. Okay, so now we have the table, Draggble, and calendar. Okay, one thing that we can do is select the default value. Okay, so default value right here, and the default value is going to be table. Alright, so this is going to be the first element is going to be selected by default. Alright, nice. So now it's time to make the actual table. Alright, so here inside of views I'm going to create the table.tsx. Okay, and then use the rfc command to create it quicker. Okay, now with the table component, I'm going to put the table here on the table content, tabs content, I mean, make sure you import the component, and there you go. Alright, so again, this table is only going to show the table, a table of all of the tests. Okay, and first, before showing the tests, first we need to get the tests, right? So in the test services folder, okay, so task, I'm going to create a new function. Okay, so it's going to be named export async function. It's going to be named get project tasks. Okay, and for this we're going to need the project ID, so we're going to require that, which is a string. Okay, And yeah, we're going to get the tasks, which is we have to await Prisma to go to the task table and find many tasks where the project ID is equal to the project ID that we pass. Okay, so while we get the task, we are going to include also the person that we assigned to and also the project itself. All right, nice. Okay, with this I can return the tasks as the tasks, right? So let me go to types. Okay, so as you can see, we are returning the task as with the assigned to property. Okay, so I'm going to the types folder and I'm going to create a new one, which is going to be task.ts, right? And here I'm going to export the new type, which is going to be task with assigned to and project. Okay, so this is only going to be, this is just going to be the an extension of the task with assigned to, which is going to be only the task itself coming from Prisma plus the assigned to property, okay, which is a user. And then here just going to inherit the task with to property with, so here I'm going to add a new property, which is going to be the project, which is just the project with owner coming from the project type. All right, so this is what I'm going to return here. So here we're going just to return the task with assigned to and project. I know this is the biggest name, but yeah, this something like this should work. Oh, here's no project with members. This is project with owner, which we still have to create. Okay, so here on the project, go to the project types. Okay, so here on the types folder, and you're going to export the new type, which is going to be project with owner, and as you may guess, is the project itself plus the owner. Okay, so we're going to add the owner. Okay, so here is going to be project with owner, or instead of that we can call this complete task. All right, just to be easier to write. Okay, so this is going to be complete task, and we can remove here the import from project members. Okay, so here's going to be complete task. So yeah, oh, make sure that the user that you're importing from here is not coming from our own types, but it's coming from Prisma client types. Okay, so with this we have the get project task function created and is well typed. Okay, so here now on the views we're going to get the tasks. Okay, so tasks, which is going to, that we are going to await the get project task function. Okay, and as you know, we have to pass the project ID, and this project ID is going to come from the props. So here we're going to accept props. So project ID is going to be a string. Okay, so yeah. Okay, and besides that, this function also has to be a sync, so I just exported the default the sync function, just like so. Okay, so now we need to go back to page.tsx, and here we have to pass the project ID, okay, which is going to be the project.id, just like so. Okay, so now going back to the views, we can pass the tests all the way to the table. Okay, so now that we have access to the tests, we can get here on the props. We're just going to define it. So test is only going to be, the test is going to be the complete task array. Okay, and then we are going to have the Auth user, and you're going to understand later why we need that. Okay, which is also going to be a Prisma client, which is going to be a user from our own types. Okay, so make sure you define like that. Okay, so Yeah, now we just have to pass here the Auth user. Okay, so and to get the Auth user, what we have to do is use the await get auth function from the services, and here we have the user, which we're going to rename to Auth user. Okay, and if for some reason we don't have an Auth user, then we are going to return null. Okay, so we're not going to show the component. Okay, so here we just have to pass the Auth user inside, and nice. Okay, and here let me get the Auth user like this. Okay, so now we are going to create the table component, and for this we have to install the table component from ShadCN, which is something like this. Okay, so we are going to use npx ShadCN latest add table. Okay, so this is going to install the table component into your components folder. There we go, is installed. And now we are going to start by importing table, which is the main component, and we have to import them manually because our components are also named table. So one trick that we can do is renaming this to table something. Okay, and then now we don't have naming conflicts, and then we import the table, which is the one that is coming from components, and here we can remove what we added before, and then here we can rename to table component. Just don't so we don't have to import them manually. Okay, so here's going to be table component, and there we go, the naming conflict is solved. Okay, so for the table component we need the table caption, which is going to explain what we're going to show in the table. So here's going to be a list of project tasks. Okay, we also should have the table header, right, which first we need the table row. Go. Okay, nice. And then inside the table row we're going to have the each head. Okay, so table head like this, and the first head is going to be title, and the class name is going to be medium width of 200 pixels. Okay, so this is going to occupy 200 pixels of the table. Okay, and then just down below it, you're going to have the another table head, which is going to be the status, and then the assign to property, and then the due date property, like so. Okay, so let me go back to the project, and you should see the table showing up. Okay, nice. So besides that, so this is the header of the table, and now we're going to have the body of the table. Okay, so we can say here table body. Okay, and for each task, so task.map, for each task we're going to show a table row. Okay, so here let me insert a key, which is the task.id, since every ID is different, and let me add here a table cell. Okay, which is just going to be the task.title. Okay, so here you have to follow the order. Okay, so here if I'm saying title as the first option, then the first cell has to be the title. Okay, so it's going to match right here. Okay, so now we have the title, and below it I'm going to have another table cell, and the second one is the status. So here I'm going to say status bullet, so the component that we created, if you remember, which we need to pass here the status, which is going to be task.status. Alright, so there we go, now it shows the status, and again we need a new table cell, and this is going to be the assign to property, and this is the assign to property. And for the assign to property, what I'm going to do is create a div and add a class name to it. So it's going to be flex item center and gap 1.5. Okay, so first we're going to show the image. Okay, so the image of the user that we are assigning the task to, and this source is going to be the task dot assign to dot picture. all right? And then we can set here the width, which is going to be 30, and the height is also 30. Okay, nice. And now the class name, I'm going to say rounded full. So we're going to round the corners fully, and for the medium devices we're going to show this as hidden, all right? For the small devices, I mean. Okay, and the last thing that we need is the alt tag, which is going to be the avatar, all right? So below the image we're also going to show the span. Okay, so the span is going to show this task.assigned_to.name, so the name of the person that we are assigning the task to. Okay, and of course we're going to have some class names, so text extra small. On the medium, the task is going to be medium, and also in the medium devices we're going to show the font as font semi bold, just like so. Okay, below this table cell we're going to have the last table cell, which is going to be the date, the due date. Okay, so let me add a class name to the cell, which is going to be text extra small, and the medium device is going to be text medium. Okay, so we are going to format this using the format function from date fns, and the first parameter of this function is the date that we want to format, and the second one is the how we want to format it. Okay, so we're going to use this code, which is going to show the date how I want. Okay, make sure you import the function from date fns, all right, just like so, and there we go. All right, now that we do that, you can now see the table with all of the information that we need. Okay, so let me try to create a new task right here. So let me say like task 2, add a date, add a status, and assign this to myself because I'm the only person that is on this project. And then let me say invite, add the description, and say submit. There we go. As soon as I click submit, the task is added right here on the table. And if you're asking how this shows automatically, if you remember on the form, okay, as soon as we create the task, so here in the create task, we call this function revalidate path, which is going to refetch the data for us on in this route. Okay, so every data that is fetched on this route is going to refetch, and then here on the views, as soon as we refetch the data, we're going to get the latest data. Okay, so this is why I use this revalidate path function. Okay, so now we can see the task in table, and now it's time to see the task in calendar. All right, so for the calendar, it's going to look something like this. Okay, so we're going to get the tasks. We can change here the month. Okay, as you can see, so very nice. So for this, let me close here the components that I'm not using, and here I'm going to create a new view, which is going to be the calendar.tsx. Okay, and let me go to index.tsx and replace here the calendar by the actual calendar component that I created just now. I didn't create it. Let me create it real quick. So calendar, just like so, and calendar right here. Okay, so this is going to be a very big component. Let me just say it. Okay, so let me just start with it. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is showing the weekdays. Okay, so here I'm going to create a const named weekdays, which here I'm going to say Monday, and then Tuesday. So let me just finish this real quick. There we go, we have the weekdays now, and now we're just going to show it. But before showing this, we're going to, on the first div, we're going to add a class name of margin top, okay, of 12, okay, and then here I'm going to create a div, okay, and this div is going to have a class name of grid call 7, but this is only going to happen on the medium devices, but on the small device we're only going to have 2 columns, okay, and a gap of 1. Okay, so let me just show how this should be looking. On the medium device is going to show as 7 columns, but on the small devices we're only going to show 2 columns, and the weekdays are not going to show up on the small devices. Okay, so this is what we are trying to do. Okay, so here I'm going to map through the weekdays. So weekdays.map. So for each week I'm going to return a span, which is going to show the week. Okay, so let me add a class name of font medium and hidden, because on the small devices this is not going to show up, and align because on the medium devices this is going to show up, and then the key is just going to be the week. All right, nice. Okay, and then one feature that you see on calendars is that you have the gap, some gaps into the first day match the day of the week. Okay, so it happens every time. So let me go like to December, and you see that the first day of the month matches to Thursday. So here we have 3 of gap. Okay, so this is what we're going to try to do now. So let me just go back to the app. Let me see how this is looking for now. Okay, so now when you go to the calendar tab, now you see this. Okay, so as we are working with the calendar, one thing that you can do is switch here the default table to calendar. So every time that you refresh the page, the calendar is going to be selected automatically. Okay, so just one thing that you can do. Okay, so yeah, we are going to do the thing that I was talking about. So we are going to get the gaps into we have the starting day index. Okay, so to do this, you're going to use, first we need to know which is the first day of the month. Okay, so first day of month, which we are going to use the start of month function coming from date fns. Okay, and for this we need to pass a date. Okay, so for now I'm going to say const current date, which is going to be current date, so new date like this. Okay, so for now it's going to be this current date that we're going to pass. So we're going to get the first day of the month of the current date, and we also need the last day of the month. So last day of month, which we're going to use the end of month function coming from datefns again. Okay, and we need to pass the current date again, and there we go. Okay, and then we need to know how many days there are in a month. Okay, so days in month, which we need to call the each day of interval function. Okay, where we pass the start, which is the start of month, I mean the first day of month, and also the end, which is the last day of month. Okay, and then with this information, so we know how many days there are in the month, we can do some calculation. We're going to do some calculations. Okay, so let me say like const starting day index. We are going to call the get day coming from datefns. You might guess that. So datefns, and we're going to pass the first day of month minus 1 like this, and you're going to say later why we are doing that. If it's minus than 0, then it's going to be 6, and if not, then we're going to call the get date again, and we're going to pass the first day of the month and subtract by minus 1. And this is because our weekday start as Monday. Okay, so this get date returns the index of the weekday. So for example, if it's Monday, then it's going to return 1 because it's the it's the second day of the month. And if it's Sunday, then it should return 0. Okay, but as our calendar starts with the Monday, then we are going to subtract 1. So this is just to adjust the day of the week with the weekdays that we have here. So if we had, for example, Sunday starting as the first element, then we wouldn't need to do all of that. We just, with this, it will be all that we need. Okay, but as we have that, then this is how you're going to solve this. All right. Okay, so now here below the weekdays map that we do, we are going to call array.from, and then we're going to say here length, which is going to be the starting day index, and we are going to map each element. Okay, so each element, and then we're going to return something. I made some typo right here, let me see. Oh, so this should be inside of parentheses, and I return here. Okay, so what we're doing, we are creating an array with the same length as the index, so we can map. All right, so this is all that we're doing here. And the only thing that we're going to do is return a self-closing div, where the class name is going to be bg secondary /60, and then mean height of 44, and the key is going to be index. So it's going to show the gaps for the months. Okay, so let me just refresh it real quick. Okay, so when you refresh the website, this is what you get, and it shows that this in the current date, the day of the week that it starts is on Sunday. Let me see if that's true, and it is. You see that the day one starts on the Sunday. Okay, so yeah, this is correct. Okay, so now it's time to show the actual tasks. Okay, so for this, below here the array from, I'm going to use the days in a month thing, and then I'm going to map. Okay, so here I'm going to get the date, and then I can return here a div, and this div is going to have the key of date dot to ISO string, since every date is different here, and then also I'm going to have a class name of bg secondary relative flex items and p of 1 and mean height of 44 and height of full. Okay, all right, so doing this is what you get, which is okay. So just here inside of this div, I'm going to create a new div which is going to show the day. Okay, so here I'm going to say class name, which I'm going to use the cn function coming from lib. Okay, so it's going to start as absolute top 4, right of 4, width of 6, and height of 6, and then text extra small, flex justify, center items, center, rounded, p of 2, and shadow. Okay, so this is just to show the date. And let me call this function is today. So if the date is today, then I'm going to add the bg primary as the color, so bg primary and text white. And if it's not today, then the styles is going to be bg white and text zinc 600, just like so. And of course, don't forget to add the date. Okay, so date dot get date, this should return the day. Okay, doing this, you should get something like that. Okay, and the day that is selected here is 24, which is the current date for me. Okay, with this, it's time to actually show the tasks. Okay, so the way that I'm going to do that, I'm going to group the tasks by the date. Okay, so you're going to understand how this is going to work. Okay, so I'm going to say tasks grouped by date, and for this we need a test. Okay, so let me accept text from the props. So the props that we are going to get is actually the same as this, and the same for the Draggble. So just don't I'm going to export here a type named view props, which is going to be exactly that, so I don't have to repeat this multiple times. Okay, so view props, which is the props for this, and also the props for the calendar. Okay, so view props. So here we should get the tasks. There we go, and also the Auth user that for now we are not going to use. Okay, so Next.js, and here we should pass the Auth user and also the tasks. There we go, and make sure you import the types, so complete task and user coming from our own types. Okay, so now going back to the calendar, now that we have the tasks, what we're going to do is call the reduce function. If you never use that, don't worry, I'm going to explain how that works. So again, we're going to get what I want is an object, so it's going to be, so it's simply going to be an object like this, and we going to get the key, which is the date. So let's say like 12/22/24 and here I should get an array of all of the tests for this specific date. Okay, so all the tests that are inside of this this property have the same date. Okay, so then if I can have 12 20/24 and then 20/25 like this, and then all of the tests that are here should have the same date. Okay, so this is what I want to do. Let me keep this for example. Okay, so I'm going to call the test.reduce function, and the reduce function needs the initial value. So the initial value is just going to be an object as we have here. Okay, and then the first parameter is a callback function. So yeah, let me call that. So the first parameter that we got here is the accumulator. So the accumulator is the actual value of the reduce. So this is I'm going to call this as record, and we have string, and then the value is going to be an array of complete test. Okay, so this is all that is. So is a record, so the key is a string and the value is an array of tests. Okay, so this is all that we're doing here. And then the second parameter that we got here is the actual test that we're mapping. Okay, so think this as a mapping thing that we are mapping for the test. Okay, so here first we need the date key. Okay, so the key is going to be that, and the date I'm going to say there is we're going to call the format function again from date fns. I think we already imported that. No, we didn't, so let me import format from date fns, and we are going to format the test due date in the same way. So ppp, there we go. This should give us the key, which is this thing, and then we're going to check if there's nothing inside of this this key. Okay, so if it's undefined, then what we're going to do is define this property. So we're going to say date key. We're going to transform this into an array. Okay, because when we create this is undefined, if you remember. So when we're mapping through this date key, we're going to see if there's nothing inside, and we're going to create an array. And then with the array created, then we are going to go to this exact key, and we are going to push the task. Okay, just like so, and then we can return the ACC like this, and the thing is going to continue. Again, we are going to look to the date of this this specific task, and then we're going to get the key, which is the date key, and then we're going to see if there's nothing inside of this this property. Then we're going to transform it into an array, and then we can finally push the task itself to the array. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Okay, now with the task grouped by date in hand, we can go here above where we say the days. Okay, and here we're going to map we're going to map through the tasks grouped by date. Okay, and again we're going to format, so we're only going to get the date from this specific date. Okay, so format, and get the date for this specific date and the pp value. Okay, and if for some reason there's no tests, then we're going just to return an empty array. And then finally we can map through each task, just like so. So I'm going to return just a simple div with a class name of beachy white and rounded, and also shadow, some p2 for some spacing, and text small. Okay, so you should have a key since this is the first element, and the key is just going to be test.id. Okay, I'm going to have a span which is going to show the task.title, and the class name is going to be block truncate font medium text left, just like so. And below the span I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to say class name of flex item center gap of 2 margin top of 1, and I'm going to show the image of the user. So image, next image, make sure you import this from there, and the source is going to be test.assignTo.picture. Okay, the width is going to be 20, the height is also going to be 20, the class name is going to be rounded full, so we're going to round the corners fully, and again the auth is going to be assigned to picture. Okay, and finally we are going to add a span to show the task dot assigned to dot name, and the class name is going to be text extra small, width of full, and text zinc of 700 and font of medium. All right, so with this we should see all of the tests for a specific date, and there we go. Now you can see the tests for this date. Let me try to add a new one. So let me say like task 3, pick up a date, it can be 31, add this in progress, and then add this to myself. So invite, add a description and say submit, and there we go. Task 3 here, we have it here. Very nice. And you can also, if you want, I didn't add this on the final version of the app. Which is the status, so you can also do that. So here below the div, this div I'm going to show the status bullet, where I show the status. So make sure you import this first, where I show the status, which is the task dot status, and it should look something like this. If you want, you can leave it. I'm going to leave it, it looks cool. Okay, so finally we have the test showing up in the calendar and in the table, but something that we can also do is add here a control panel where we can select the month or the year that we want. Okay, something like this as I did here. Okay, so here I can select the month or the year, and yeah, I'm going to do the same thing here. Okay, so I'm just going to close here those things because we're not going to work that. So above this grid div, I'm going to create a new div. Okay, and this div is going to have the class name of space x and 2 and margin bottom of 8. Okay, and then inside of here we're going to have a span saying select, and the class name is going to be font medium. Nice. Okay, we can start with the months that are easier to work with. So here I'm going to say const months, and what I'm going to do, is go to ChatGPT and ask him to give me a list of months of the year in a JavaScript array. Okay, so you can do the same, so I don't have to type this manually. Okay, he gave me here, and I can just paste it like this. Okay, so if you want, you can do the same thing, just to don't waste too much time. All right, so below the span I'm going to have called the pop over. I don't know if that's going to work. The last time that I used pop over, it didn't work, but hopefully this is going to work. Okay, so pop over, and then I'm going to have the pop over trigger. Okay, and it's going to have the asChild property, and also we're going to have a button right here. So import button with the variant of secondary, and the content of the button is going to be the actual month. So months, and then month, and this is going to be a state. Okay, so I'm going to be const month and set month. Like this is going to be a use state. So, and as we are using use state, it has to be a client component, as you know. So we're going to transform this into a use client component. Make sure you do that. The default value is not going to be false. It's going to be the current date dot get month. This is going to give me the month of the year. And then below here, the pop over trigger, we're going to have the pop over content, okay, which you need to pass your class name, which is with the auto py of 1, px of 0, space y of 3, and the line is going to be start, just like so. Okay, and here we're going to map through all of the months that we got from ChatGPT, and the month, we get the month and the index, and then we just can return a div for each one. Okay, so a div where the key is going to be month, and then the class name is going to be I created here a special class name because I'm going to use the same styles for the month and the year, so I don't have to copy and paste multiple times. So I won't say const the class name, which is date class name. I could give a better name, I know. And basically it's going to say hover, which is secondary, and transition O, make sure you spelled everything correctly, tx4 py of 1 and rounded of full. There we go. So here the class name is going to be the class name, just like so. And when I click in one of the months, so one click, I'm going to set the month to the index, which is the number of the month. Okay, and then I'm going to just say here m, which is going to show the actual month. All right, so doing this, you should get something like that. All right, and when you click, you get the month that you selected. All right, so this is for the month, and now we need the same thing for the year. Okay, so it's going to be the same foundation for the year. So let me just copy here the popover and paste here above the month. Okay, so for the year, again I have to create here a new state. So it's going to be year and set year. So use state, and again we get the current date and then get full year, like so. And here we're going to show the year like this. And then for the purpose of content, we are going to have some more complex logic. Okay, so the class name is going to be the same, but here instead of months we're going to map let me remove everything here. So we're going to create an array. So it's going to be very confusing, but we're going to do this later. So let me just finish. So it's going to be array of length of 5 dot map so it's going to be index and then return like this. So make sure you return with brackets, not with the usual. So you return with curly brackets and not with the usual brackets that you use. And then here's going to be const year, which is going to be current date dot get full year minus 6 minus index plus 1. Okay, yeah, it's very confusing, I know, but let me just finish it and then return a div with a key of index, and inside I'm going to return the year, and the class name is going to be the D class name. And when I click in a specific year, I'm going to call the callback function to set the year to this specific year. So here should be length like this. Okay, so what we're doing here, again, we're creating an array of length of 5. So let me show how this should be looking. So here when I select year, you can see that we have 4 years back to the current year. So 2024, we have 4 years back, and what I'm doing here is a calculation. So I get the current year, so 2024, and then what I do is a math calculation. Okay, so I do 6 minus index. So let's say that the first index is 0, so it's going to be 0 plus 1. So 0 plus 1 is 1, and then 6 minus 1 is 5, and then 5 minus 2024, we get 2019, all right, if I'm not mistaken. So the first element is going to be 2019, and then the same procedure goes to the other values. Okay, so if the index is 1, so 1, and then it's going to be 1 plus 1, 2, 6 minus 2 is 4, so 2024 minus 4 is 2020. Okay, and then here we just show the date. Okay, so this is going to show all of the years that are behind 2024. Okay, and now, so something like this, and now I'm going to show the actual 2024. Okay, so it's going to be we're going to create, so we can close this array from, and here we're going to show a div which is going to be the actual current year. So we'll say class name is going to be the D class name, but here going to add more properties that is going to be bg let me see, secondary, maybe 50 of transparency. There we go. And then make sure that you add the actual year, which is the current date dot get full year, like this. So make sure you do that. It should give you 2024. There we go. And now we need the years that we already have, the years that are behind of 2024, and now we need the years that are ahead of 2024. Okay, so below here the div, I'm going to add, copy here the same thing that we did here, and we're going to paste down here. So the length is going to be 5, so 5 years ahead of 2024, and the calculation is the only thing that's going to be different. Okay, so it's going to be fairly simple. So the only thing that we're going to do is say plus index plus 1. Okay, so it's very easy to understand. If the year is 2024, then we're going to say plus, and if the index is 0, then it's going to say 0 plus 1 should give us 2025. If the index is 1, then it's going to be 1 plus 1, then 2, then it's going to be 2026. All right, so we should get something like this. All right, so 2024, and then when I select it's 2026. So yeah, this is working fine. But you see that when I change here the year, and we also have to add the on click on the this div, so make sure you add the on click so we can select the date or the year. So one problem that you see here is that when I change the year, so 2021 for example, and the month, the days gap is not changing, which is not good. And also the date is not the same. So the date that I have here is not on 2021 of March for sure. So what we have to do here is change the way that we fetch the date. So here I'm going to create a new property, which is going to be const selected date, which is going to be a new date, and we can pass here the year. So the year is going to be the year that we select, and then the month that we select, and then the date, the day can be 1. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. And then here where we do all of the gaps, so here let me just change it, and then the mouse have to be here above. Okay, so here the selected date, we can paste it here where we say is current date. Okay, so now the days in the month are going to change. All right, so let me just see if this is happening. So let me select here a different month. So for example, September, and you can see that this is changing as it should. All right, so you see the days gap are changing. So let me go back to December. Nice. And now let me see if the tests are also changing, and they are. Okay, which is very, very great. Okay, so and now the final view is the Draggble. All right, so you already saw how Draggble works, so we're going to do that now. Okay, so here on this folder of views, you're going to create a new one, which is going to be Draggble.tsx. all right, and I promise it's going to be very, very easy to do. There's some complex logic, but nothing too crazy. Okay, so we are going to first create this component. So we're going to use RFC, as you know, to create the component quickly. So as I said, I formatted my PC, so I don't have the extension installed. So by the way, if you want to know the extension that I use, it's ES7 and React Redux snippets, blah blah blah. All right, so it's that one. Make sure you install it, and you should be having the snippets that I normally use. Okay, so RFC to create the functional component. The name of the component is going to be Draggble. All right, and then we're going to get the same props that we get. Let me just disable here tab 9 for now. All right, so it's tasks and also Auth user. All right, and this is the view props. If you remember, we created this type here, so we don't have to type again every time, you know. Yeah, so we have task and Auth user, and what we're going to do is start doing the HTML or the JSX. Okay, so here for the first div, we're going to start with a class name of width of full, and I don't know why the extension is still enabled, but anyways, we are going to say width of full, and then space y of 2. just like so. Okay, so in this div we're going to have here a new div, and this div is going to say class name of flex and md flex row flex columns and gap of 4. Okay, so here is where we're going to do the columns. So the columns for the starting tasks, for the so here we're going to have 3 columns, one for starting and then other for in progress and then for done. All right, so this is what we're going to do. So if you remember, as we do here in the calendar, we group the tasks by the date. All right, here what we're going to do is almost the same thing, but it's going to be different. But it's going to be different because instead of date, we're going to group them by the state. Okay, so first thing that I'm going to do is say const tasks grouped by status, and set tasks grouped by status. All right, and let me just remove here this. Okay, and we're going to use state, of course, and this is going to be, we don't need here a type. This is going to infer automatically, and then what we're going to do is call a function. Okay, so I'm going to do this function up here above. So here above is going to be named group tasks by status. Okay, actually tab 9 is actually helping me. Okay, and tasks, and the name of this is going to be complete. Whoa, this is actually really smart. But anyways, if you want to install this, the name of the extension is tab 9. Okay, so you just have to import it. Okay, so complete task is of this type is going to be an array of complete tasks. So the only thing that we're going to return, so we have 3 states. The first one is starting. Okay, which we are going to do exactly that. Okay, so we are going to filter the task where the status is starting, and then we're also going to have one with progress stats. Okay, I'm actually going to type. I'm not going to let him finish. Okay, so filter the task where the status is progress, exactly that. Okay, and finally we're going to have the done status. All right, which is this last one. And then here what we can do is do exactly that. So we are going to call the group task by status, and of course we have to pass the original tasks, just like so. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is actually, what we're going to do here is actually something new that I bet you never see before. So it's going to be object dot entries dot open brackets, and then pass here the task grouped by status, like this. And this actually knows what I am going to do. So grouped by status. All right, so what this is going to do is get the keys of the object. Okay, so the object that we are passing here is the task grouped by status, which is created from this function, and the keys that we have is starting, progress, and done. Okay, so then what we're going to get, so we're going to make a map. We're going to from the map, what we're going to get is 2 things. Okay, so let me just do this. Okay, so it's 2 things. The first thing is the status. Okay, so it's the key, so it can either be starting, progress, or done. And the second thing is the actual tasks for the specific task, for the specific status. All right, so it comes very handy in those type of situations. Okay, so what we're going to return is the div, and I don't know why the extension is still working. Okay, and this div is going to have a key. I guess this is from Copilot, but anyways, so the key is going to be status, like this, and we're also going to add a class name, which is going to be medium. Width is going to be 1/3. Okay, so this is for the medium devices, and then abg of secondary and p of 5. all right, and actually rounded. Okay, so it's going to be rounded on the corners. Okay, and as I said, this is a draggable functionality, and in order to this to work, we have to have like the parent or the container where we can drag things over. Okay, so to tell HTML that we are enabling this to this div to be to drag things on this div, what we can do is say on drop, and then here where we get the event is called a function. Okay, so I'm going to call a function named onDrop also, where I'm going to pass here the event and also the status. Okay, so let me go here, and for now this is only going to be this. So on drop we are going to get the event and the status. All right, and the event is actually React drag event like this, and this is going to be a sync, and the status is going to be here I name it new status. Okay, so new status is actually can either be starting, progress, or done. Okay, so this is the three available status. Okay, and the minute that you give the types, you're going to see TypeScript complaining. So it's going to be saying the string is not assignable to starting, progress, or done. Okay, so here I'm just going to cut this and create here a new type. The type is going to be status. I don't know if it's going to create any collision of names, but anyways, I'm going to give the name of status. So here is going to be status, and then here it's going to say status as status. This is going to tell TypeScript that this status is not only a string, it is one of these three options. Okay, and then there's actually other function that we have to call, which is on drag over. All right, and then we have to call a function that also going to name on drag over. All right, so for now just going to create the function real quick. Okay, it's actually very easy also, the function. So it's going to be on drag over is exactly that. So it's going to get the event is going to prevent the default. What this is doing, nobody knows. Okay, so this function is called when we hover an element through a draggable to a container, and to actually this to work, you have to call this e.prevent.default. all right, in order this to work. Okay, so now inside of this div I'm going to create a new one. So I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say class name, which is going to be mb4, so margin bottom 4, b bottom 4, font of semi-bold, and text zinc of 800. Right, and then you can add a border of bottom like this. Nice. And inside of this div we're going to use the status bullet component that we created before, where the status is going to be the status. There we go. Okay, so let me make sure that we can see the component that we are creating. So let me go here to views, index.tsx. So here we have Draggble. I'm going to replace by the Draggble component. Okay, so it's going to be Draggble, where we have to pass the Auth user and also the tasks. All right, so below this div of the status bullet, let me see if we can see that. Let me refresh this real quick. So we have to use client here, of course, since we are using events and also state here. So make sure you add use client. So I was actually wondering why the Draggble component was not showing up, and this is because here the value that I say here is not the same as I have on the trigger. So make sure you spell that right. He is Draggble with lowercase D, and it should be the same for the other one. I spent about like 10 minutes trying to figure out what was wrong, and it was that. All right, so make sure you make sure that you changed them. Okay, so with this you should have something looking like this. All right, so three sections with the status. This is what I got. And then since we have these three sections, then what we can do is list the tests by the states, the status I mean. All right, so to do this is actually going to be also very easy. All right, and this is actually one of the last parts of this component where we show the tests. Okay, so below this div where we have the status bullet, we're going to create a new one, and this new div is going to have a class name of space y2. Okay, and now what we're going to do is map through the tasks. Okay, so test.map, we're going to get each task, and then we're going to return something. And this text may remember, this text is the actual text from each status. Okay, since we are using this object.entries, we're going to get the keys and then the task for the specific key. All right, so for the task, what we're going to do is show a div. Okay, and this div is going to have a key where the key is going to be task.id, and then for we're going to say, in order to say that this task is draggable, we can add this draggable property, right? And this is only going to be draggable if we are not loading. Okay, this is a state that we still have to create, and let me do that right now. Okay, as you know, this is going to be a state when we create or change the status of a task. We're going to set is loading as true, so that we don't want to drag the element again since we are doing a process behind. Okay, so draggable, make sure you add that, and then class name is going to be a dynamic class name, so we have to call cn. Okay, make sure you call this this function, and the normal class name is going to be bg white rounded shadow cursor of move. This is going to add this nice cursor that shows that you can move a specific thing, and then space y of 2 and p of 3. All right, and then finally for other class name is going to be, if is loading, then the opacity is going to be 70, just like so. All right, and then let me go here inside of the div, and here we're going to show the actual information about the task. Okay, so for the span, we're going to show the task.title, and then for the class name, we're going to say block truncate padding bottom of 2 and font of medium. All right, and now below the span, we're going to add a new div, and we are going to say class name of flex item center and gap of 2. Okay, here we're going to show the assign to image. Okay, so first let me add the image. Make sure you import that from next/image, and the source should be task.assign_to.picture. Okay, and then for the width of the image is going to be 25. So width is going to be 25, and the height is also going to be 25, making this look like a square. And then when we add the rounded full, this is going to make this look like a circle. Okay, and as you know, we have to add the Auth of image. Okay, below this image that we just created, we're going to create a span. Okay, so this span, as you may guess, is going to show the task.assign_to.name. Right, for this I'm not going to add any additional class names. It's just going to be it for now. All right, so make sure you do that. All right, doing this, we should have our JSX created. We're going to add some modifications later, but for now it's just going to be it. All right, so let me just refresh here. For some reason I cannot switch to Draggble test. There we go. Now we have this looking fine. Make sure you spell that right. So BG of white. Okay, make sure you spell that right. And also you're going to see that when you hover on here, you can drag things around. But if you drag to here, you can see that this is not actually changing. Okay, so you remember this function that we did here. So we haven't finished this function yet. So we have to finish this and to make able to drag things around. Okay, you can see that you can drag, but the thing is not staying at the place that we want. Okay, so we have this on drop function that is called when, so here we are dragging, and when I take over the mouse, this on drop function is called. All right, so what we are going to do here is the functionality to leave the thing here and actually to change on the database. All right, so first here we are going to change the state, and then here we're going to change the actual database. Okay, so let's first change the state, which is not easier, but it's the thing that we have to do first. Okay, so the first thing that we need to get, okay, and there is one function that we forgot to do, I forgot to do, is here on this div. Okay, so there's a function called on drag start. All right, which we have to call an event, and call the on drag start function, where I pass the event right here and then the text.id. Okay, you might be asking what this function does. I'm going to explain you in a minute. Let me just create this function real quick. Okay, so on drag start, and then we need to get the event and also the task ID, and there we go. So this function is used so when we want to drag a thing. So when every time that we drag an element, this function is going to be called. So and always on the drag start. Okay, as you can see. So why do we need the task ID here? Okay, so when we drop an element, we need to know which element we dropped. Okay, so this is why I'm passing here the task ID, because I can store this in e.data transfer.set data and then task ID. Okay, so this is going to make sure that I know which task ID I'm storing, okay, or which element I am dragging. Okay, and then here on the on drop, when I finish the dragging, what I can do is get the task ID that I was dragging. So it's going to be e.data transfer.getData.task ID. It's the same that we stored right here. Okay, so I know which element I was dragging, and then I can finally clear the data. Since we finished the dragging, we don't need to know which thing was dragged anymore. All right, when we drag other thing, then this is going to be created again. Okay, so we don't need to worry about this. Okay, so if for some reason we don't have any task ID, then what we're going to do is return. So we're going to finish the function right here. Okay, and now we are going to do the modifications. Okay, so I'm going to say here on grouped tasks. Okay, so on group tasks like this, which is the tasks that are now grouped. So here we're going to say tasks grouped by status dot starting. We are going to spread, so grouped by status dot starting, we're going to spread all of them, and also the same one for the progress and also for the done. We're going to spread all of those tasks and put this in an array, which is going to create something like the original task that we received from here. Okay, we're going to look for the text that we want to drop. Okay, so task to drop. So we're going to look on the ungrouped array. We're going to find the task where the task ID is the same that one that we get from the data transfer. Okay, and once I find this And once I have this task to drop, I'm going to make sure that this task to drop actually exists. So if it doesn't exist, I'm going to return. And then if this actually exists, what I'm going to say is create the new tasks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is do a filter. Okay, so inside of the ungrouped tasks, I'm going to filter every task where the task.id is different to the task.id. So essentially what I'm doing here is removing every task. Okay, so removing every task where the ID is the same one that we got here. And why, you might be asking? Just because here I'm going to create a new task. So here I'm going to say const new task, where I'm going to spread all of the information about the task that I want to drop, plus I'm going to change the status to the actual new status. Okay, so this new status is coming from here. Okay, so I am actually updating this new task, and since I removed it, the old version, what I'm going to do now is put the new task back again to the array. Okay, so new task, add the new task, and now we have the updated thing. Okay, and now what we're going to do is say new tasks grouped by status, where I'm going to call the group tasks by status function, and I have to pass the new tasks right here. Okay, so this is going to group again as we want, like start, in progress, and done. It's going to do this for us. And then what I can do is set tasks grouped by status to the actual new grouped by status array. Okay, so yeah, this seems a little bit confusing, but this is the way that we have to do it to make this work. Okay, so one thing that we should also consider is that when we receive new tests from the database, so in the this parent component, if we receive a new prop, then a new task, then what we're going to do is call a use effect. You're going to understand why we are doing this later. So we're going to call a use effect. So every time that the test changes, so the original test that we got from the props, so every time that the props changes, we're going to call the set tasks grouped by status, and we're going to call the group tasks by status function and pass the test inside, right? So if we do like revalidate or update to the test that we got here from the parent component, then it's going to call this use effect. It's going to see that that old test that you got before is different, so this is going to rerun this function, and then we're going to group the task again. Okay, so make sure you add this. It's just a quick thing that we can do. And now, since we updated this on state, what we have to do now is update on the database. All right, so what I'm going to do is call the edit. I don't know if we have this function. We don't. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go to the services folder. Okay, so under services, you need to go inside of task. Okay, because inside of this file, we're going to create a new function. So export a sync function named edit task. You can also call update task is you call it, and then the data is going to be the create task data. Is actually the same as edit data. Okay, so here we're going to get the project, because we have to wait Prisma to go to the test table and update a task where the ID, you already did this a couple of times, a lot of times, so where the ID is equal to the data.id, and we have to pass the data itself. And since we are updating a thing, we have to revalidate the path. As I said, this is going to make sure that this path that I'm going to pass now, so project and then data.project ID and then layout. This is going to make sure that every page below this page is going to recall. So for example, this get project test is going to be recalled since we are changing the data. Okay, so when we call this function, it's going to make sure that this function is rerun again. So we're going to get the latest data and we are going to get the updated task. Okay, and finally we can return the project if you want. So this is the exact reason why I said that we need here the use effect, because the task is going to change, and when the task changes, this is going to group again by the status. All right, so now that we made this function, I can call it. Okay, so await edit task. Okay, so I'm going to call this function real quick, and we are going to need to pass a description. Basically, we can spread the old task. Okay, we can spread the old task, but here I'm going to say that the status is going to be new status, right? And actually we cannot do that because this new task contains this project which we cannot pass to the database, so we have to do that manually. Okay, so for the description we're going to say task, we're going to say new task dot description. All right, and then for the ID is going to be new task dot ID. For the due date is going to be new task dot due date. For the project ID is going to be new task dot project ID. The title is going to be the same thing. Okay, so I'm going just to finish this and I'm going to be right back. I mean, user ID you don't have to pass, also the updated at you don't have to pass, and also the created at you don't have to pass. All right, so we have, and also the ID you don't have to pass since you're not going to change the actual ID, it's just the status itself. Okay, also you have to change the assign to ID, which is going to be the same. So the assign to ID is going to be the same, and it's just going to be it. All right, so we change here the database, and with this I think we're good to go. All right, so let me try to see if that works. Let me refresh here the page. So if I go here to Draggble, let me try to hover this on here, and we got an error. So let me see what it is. And yeah, we really need the ID since we need to know which task we want to edit. Make sure you do that. So here this is going to be new task ID. My bad for that. Make sure you add the ID back. All right, let me go back to Draggble and let me try to drag again. And now you can see that one, we can drag things around, and if I change here, it's actually changing, and two, we are changing to the database. So if I refresh, you see that this is undone. Let me see if it's still undone, and it is. All right, so very nice thing that we did here. All right, so we finished here all of the three views. Okay, let me see something. If I change here, let me see if the calendar also changes. It does. So you can see that our app is fully working now. All right, we still have some things to do, minor things, but things to do. We still have to make the functionality to edit the task. All right, but before that, there's a thing that we can do, that is when we click on a task, it shows a pop-up where we can see even more information about the task. Okay, so it shows the title, description, assigned to date, due date, status, and then when I click here on edit, I can edit the task right here. All right, so we are going to just add this functionality real quick, and we can call it finished our project. So inside of tasks, we're going to create a new file, which is going to be overview.tsx. right, and we're going to create here a functional component, and the name of this function is going to be task overview. Right, so this is going to be the function responsible to create this functionality. Okay, so when we click, it shows here the information. Yeah, so here we also going to accept some props. So we need the task, we're also going to get the children, we're going to understand later why, and also the Auth user. Alright, and for the props, it's going to be view props, and then we're going to add a new prop, which is going to be the children, okay, which is React Node. Okay, make sure you import this type real quick. Nice. Okay, so this is going to, as the component says, it's going to show an overview or some information about the task itself, but this is going to be a popover. Alright, so we're going to use popover, so make sure you import this component, and the key is going to be task.id. So we need to pass here a key inside, and also we have to pass a popover trigger. Okay, so popover trigger, and here we are going to pass the children inside. We're going to understand later why we're doing that, but for now let's just keep how it is. And then we also going to have pop over content. Okay, so also coming from components, make sure you import that, and this is going to have a class name of width of fit. Okay, so here I'm going to create a state which is going to be is editing. So I'm going to say here const is editing and set is editing, which is use state. Okay, so let me make sure you import the use state. Okay, so if we're editing, then we're going to show the form to edit. I know I did that. So if it's editing, then we're going to show is the form to edit, but for now we didn't create the functionality to edit. We're going to create that later. So for now we're just going to show the form like this. And if you're not editing, then what we're going to show is the information about the tasks. Okay, so it's simply going to be a simple div with a class name of space y of 4. Inside of this div we're going to create here a new one, so another div which is going to have a class name of space y of 1. Okay, the first pen is going to include the test.title. Why is not applying the because here is tasks, not task. Okay, so we have to type here manually the props. Okay, so I'm going to type here manually. So the task is simply going to be a task from a complete task. More saying, it's going to be a complete task. The children is going to be the React Node, and the Auth user is simply going to be the user from our own types. Okay, so make sure you import that. Alright, so we have the test.title, and below here this pen we're going to create a new p tag, and this p tag is going to show the task dot description. Alright, and also don't forget to add some class names. So here's going to be block and text to Excel, font semi-bold, just like so, and also create here a new class name which is going to be text small, text of zinc 800, and font medium. Alright, nice. Okay, so outside of this div where we have the title and the description, so outside of it we're going to create a new one, and here is going to have just a self-closing div just here below. So we're going to have a self-closing div which is going to just be a line. So let me create it. We're going to have a height of 1 pixel and width of full and bg of secondary. It's going to be a simple line. Okay, and then for this other div inside we are going to have the space y of 2, text small, font of medium, text zinc of 600. All right, and inside of this div we're going to create a new one. It's a lot of divs, as you can see, and this is going to have the class name of flex, item center, and gap of 2. Okay, so inside of this div we're going to have a p tag where it's going to say assign to. Okay, and then here for the span we're going to show the task dot assign to dot name. All right, so actually we're going to copy this div and paste 2 more times, but here instead of assign to we're going to say due date, and here, as you may guess, we should show the due date, but we are going to call the format function to show it in the better way. So make sure you import the format from date f and s, and the first argument is going to be the due date or the date, and the format to import to format is ppp, which I found the best way to import. All right, so let me just format the document real quick, and now for the last one we're going to show the status. Okay, and for the status we just have to show the status bullet like so, where the status is the task dot status, just like so. And then there's a very fun part. Okay, so above the last closing div we're going to open some space, and what we're going to do now is it's kind of fun. So we're going to check if the task dot created by id is the same as the Auth user dot id, or we're going to say if the task dot project owner id is equal to the Auth user dot sub. Okay, so if it is, then we're going to show something, and if it's not, then we're going to show nothing. So what we're doing here, oh, here's sub, make sure you change that, and here's owner id with a capital D. Okay, so what we're doing here, we are checking if the person that created the task is the same that is Auth. Okay, so if the Auth uses the same one that created the task, then we're going to show it, or if the owner of the project is the same one that is Auth, then we can also show it. So only the person that created the task, or the person that created the project, or the owner of the project can change, can have access to this JSX, which is the edit and delete buttons. Okay, so let me just create here a div, and it's going to have a class name of flex gap 1 and justify end like this, and this is going to include the button so we can actually edit the task. Okay, so the variant is going to be secondary, and the size is going to be small, and on the on click what we're going to do, you remember this state that we created before, so the is editing, so we're going to set this as true. So we're going to set is editing as true, which is going to make this component show up, or the form component show up. Okay, and below this button we're going to also have another one, but this time it's going to say delete, and the variant here is going to be destructive, since this is what we want to do with the task. The size is going to be small, and on the on click what we're going to do is actually delete the function, the task right away. So what we're going to do is call the delete function, delete task function, which is not created yet, but we're going to create this in a minute. So go to services again, and in here it's going to be very simple. We just have to export a sync function named delete task, where we need the task ID, which is string, and also the project ID, which is also going to be a string, Okay, you might be asking why we need the project ID. Is so we can revalidate the path. So if we're changing data or mutating the data, then we have to revalidate the data. Okay, so we can get the newest values on the page. Okay, so this is why we need the project ID. And then for the task ID is so we can actually delete the task. Okay, so we're going to call await prisma.task.delete, and we are going to delete where the ID is equal to the task ID. All right, so now we're going just to call this delete task function, and there we go. The delete functionality is working. I know that it is. Let me just make sure that where it's not importing. Oh, we also need the project ID. Make sure you add the task.project.id here. All right, so we have now the delete functionality, and let me see if this is actually working. So we created the component, but we are not using it yet. Okay. Oh, and also make sure that you import the form from here, the folders. And to use the component, we have three places that we are going to use it. The first one is here on the table. So go on the table. So the first one is here on the table, and below here the table row, I mean inside of the table cell, more precisely, we are going to add here the task overview component, and pass the task.title right inside, I mean with the table cell. Okay, so make sure the table cell is inside of the task overview. Okay, and first import the task overview function component, and then we need to pass the Auth user, which is the Auth user coming from the props, and also the task coming from the map. All right, so if you remember, when we create this task overview function or component, we pass the children here as the trigger. Okay, so this is going to cause to every time that we click on the children or on the trigger, the content is going to show up, which is this thing right here. All right, so very nice way to do things. And of course we need to pass use client. Don't forget to use it. Okay, since we are using here state, and we also have events working in here. All right, so let me refresh, and let me go to the table, and let me click here on title, and when you do that, you can now already see the overview component. So every time that we click here, we can see the overview showing up. Very nice. Okay, so we can do the same things here for the calendar and Draggble, and since this is a component, we can do that very easily. Okay, so here on calendar, so here where we show the tasks, okay, currently we're just showing the div. Okay, what we're going to do instead is show the task overview component, and then the whole div we're going to pass this inside. Okay, since we are mapping here, we need a key. Okay, and make sure you import this component, and also yeah, we're also going to need the Auth user and the actual task. All right, nice. So with this we are good to go. Okay, so let me see if that works. When I click on calendar, we can see more information, and since we have this overview, I don't think we need the status bullet. It's just making this look ugly. All right, so now we have it and it's working fine. The last thing that we need is here on the Draggble. Okay, so let me go to Draggble and let me do the same thing. All right, so here I'm going to add the task overview component. All right, and I'm going to pass the div here inside. So for the key, so the key is going to be the task.id. As you know, the task is going to be the task, and the Auth user is going to be the Auth user. And of course, you have to pass the div here inside of the task overview in order this to work. right? So we have for the calendar, so when I click in calendar this shows up, and also for the Draggble, there we go, and the same thing for the table. Very nice. Make sure you remove here the key, since the parent component is the task overview. We're not going to need that. And here make sure you say space Auth0 properly. Alright, so we have this for Draggble, calendar, and table. But let me see here, when I click on edit, we get this form, right, where we can edit the actual task. So now what we're going to do is the add functionality. So here on the overview, when you say the form is complaining, so yeah, beside the project we also going to get the task. Okay, so also need to get this from the props, and the task is going to be the complete task. All right, and then as you know, as we always do, to know if we are editing or not, we're going to see if we have a task. Okay, oh, make sure that you add this question mark here. This is going to make this property not required. Okay, and if we have the task, then that means that we are editing. Okay, so is editing is going to be if we have a task, right? All right, so if we have a task, then we are going to set the default values. So here is editing. So if we are editing, then we are going to show the default values, where the description is going to be the task.description. The due date is going to be the task.duedate. The status is going to be the task.status, and here we have to make an assertion where we tell TypeScript that this status is actually a task status. And finally, we also need to say here the title, so it's going to be task.title, just like so. So one more thing here for the email, if we're editing, then the email is going to be the task.assign to email. Otherwise it's going to be just empty strings. And then for same thing for the assign to property. Alright, so here's going to be, if we are editing, then that means that probably we already have a person to assign the task to. So it's going to be is editing. I don't know why this is doing that. Is editing. So if it's editing, then it's going to be the task dot assigned to the complete object, since we already have all of the properties in here. Alright, so I would say assign to, like so, and otherwise it's going to be null as it was before. Alright, the last thing that we need to do is here on the last button, yeah, the one before the last, is where we have the submit text right here. So what we're going to do is create here a span, and this is going to say if it's editing, then this is going to show edit or update if you want, and if it's not, then just going to say create. Alright, just for more semantic. And then we're going to add the spinner. So if it's loading, then we're going to add this spinner right here. So AI outline loading, and then class name is going to be animate spin. So it's going to make this spin, and nice. Alright, so the last thing that we need to do is edit the actual task, and for this we need to go to this onSubmit function. But let me see if this is actually working. So let me refresh here the page. But while we're starting the server, we can do the rest. So if we are editing, then we are going to call the edit task function that we created before, if you remember. Okay, so here we are going to spread the task data. So the task data is this object that you see here above. So it's going to pass the task data, and then the ID is going to be the task.id. Simple as that. Okay, so make sure you import this edit task function. Alright, and then we are also going to show here a toast where we're going to say okay, so if we are not editing, then that probably means that we are trying to create a task. Okay, so add an else block here, and then add the create test function just like so. Okay, I don't know why this is complaining. Alright, so with this we should be having this working. So let me try to edit here, and we don't see that working first because we didn't add the props. So here on the form, make sure you add the props. Okay, so here on the form, make sure you add the props. So that the first one is the task. Alright, so we can have the default values, and then the on close, which is going to be called when we finish a process in this form, where we are going to set is editing as, which is going to set is editing to false. Alright. Oh, and also make sure you add the project here. So the project is going to be task.project like this. Okay, so now when you click on the task, this is what you see, the task showing up with the assigned to person, and we can, let me try to edit. So let me say task 2, and so let me change here the task. So new title, let me add here the script date and change the progress, and let me click here on edit, and then you can see that this is changing as it should. Alright, so let me try to do that again. So let me change here to maybe 28 and edit, and you can also see that the element changes to the actual due date. So one last thing that we still have to do is this section where it shows the project that we have. Alright, so it's going to look something like this. So every time that we create a project, it's going to show up here on the left side. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. So the first thing that we have to do is get the session. So we're going to use session and then await get auth. Alright, just like so. Auth, make sure you import the right function, and you have to add an async here. So async like this, and then you're going to get the Auth user, which is going to be session.user. And if for some reason we don't have any user, then we're going to show null. So return null like this, and then we're going to get the actual projects from a user. So I'm going to get await get user project, where we have to pass the auth0.user.sub. Make sure you do that, and then we're going to check if the user has projects. Okay, so has projects. If the project.length is bigger than 0, that means that the user has project. Okay, so if has projects, then we're going to show something. If not, we're going to show no. Okay, so we're going to show here a div. This div is going to have the class name of space y2, and then we're also going to add a new div here inside, but this time this div is going to have the class name of group width of full flex justify between p of 4 border rounded and relative. Alright, and then we're going to add here key, since the keys in this, we are going to add here key, which is going to be the project dot id, and to have the project we have to do the map. So it's going to be projects dot map, and for each project we will show that div. Okay, so now instead of this div, we're going to create a new one with the class name of flex gap of 4 and item center, and we are going to show here an image from next image where the width is going to be 25, the height is going to be 25, and the source is going to be the icon. So project.icon, and for the alt tag is going to say just icon, or you can say whatever you want. Okay, make sure you import the image from next image, all right. And below the image we are going to have a link which is going to take to the project details page. Okay, so it's going to be just a project.name for now, and the link is going to be /app/project/project.id. all right. And then for the class name we're going to say font medium group hover and then underline. Okay, so with this we are almost done. All right, so this div we can close, and below this other div I'm going to show the config component. All right, it's down there on the tree line where we have to pass let me just import this, where we have to pass the Auth user and also the project. So if you remember, we have this config component, which by the way we're going to do some modifications. So here we're going to accept an icon component. Okay, so it's going to be icon, which is going to be a React node component like this. All right, so here I'm going to make a check. So if we have an icon, then we're going to return the icon. If not, then we're going to show the default div. So now we just have to pass the icon here inside. It's the icon that we want, and the icon that I want to use is the pi dots 3 vertical, just like so. And there we go. The minute that you do that and refresh the page, you're going to see the sidebar right here. Alright, so let me try to create a new project, and let's say hello to add here a different icon, and then click on create, and let me refresh the page, and you are going to now see this other project here on the side. And when I click here, I can access the edit and delete functionality of the project. So with the whole application done, we can finally upload it. All right, so let me just open here the terminal real quick, and the first thing that you have to do is say git init. All right, what it's going to do is initialize a git repository on your local file, on your local computer. And then what you have to do is go to github.com. If you don't have an account, just create it real quick. The process is going to be fairly easy. And then you're going to head off to repositories like this, and finally you're going to click here on new. You're going to give a repository name. You can give like Mira, let me say like Mira example. All right, like this. You're going to set this as public, and finally you're going to create the repository. All right, so if everything goes right, then you're going to go to this page. Okay, so here we have the steps that we can follow. The first step we already did, which is git init. All right, now we are going to follow with the next ones. Okay, so we are going to start with git add dot. What it's going to do is add everything on the fly, and then git commit /m, and then you say like init, just to say the first that this is going to be the first thing that you're pushing. Okay, so now what we're going to do is say git remote add origin, and then what you have to do is go to your repository, copy here the URL, and then you're going to say git remote add origin, and then you paste here the origin. All right, so this is basically saying that your repository is going to be this one, so Mira example. Okay, so now let's create a branch. So it's going to be git branch / big M, and then you're going to give the name of main to your branch. All right, and then you can finally say git push origin main. Okay, so basically what we did here, we create a branch. Branch is like a version of your code, and this is the main version, and then we are pushing this to this version. All right, okay, so if you didn't got any errors, this is what you should be seeing. All right, and once you go back to And once you go back to your repository, if you refresh, this is what you should be seeing, the whole entire code right here. All right, nice. So now with the code on the cloud, what we can do is actually upload it. All right, so let me go here to Vercel. So go to vercel.com and click on start deploying. Okay, what is going to ask you to do is to continue with GitHub. So you're going to log in with the account that you got. This is mine. I hope it is. Yeah, it is. And once you log in with GitHub, then we're going to get a list of all of your repositories. So mine is Mira example, so I'm going just to click here import. All right, and you go down here, you're going to find environment variables. So this is the environment variables is the exact thing that we got here. So it's the .env. So you just gotta say Ctrl A and Ctrl C to copy everything, and then the first few you just gotta click Ctrl V. Then it's going to upload everything that you need. All right. So here we have the auth secret, the auth base URL. In our case, we're going to leave a localhost 3001 for now because we don't have an URL. The issuer URL is going to be the one, client ID is going to be the one, secret is also going to be the one, and yeah. So now we're going to click deploy. We are going to get an error, and I already know, but we're going to click here on deploy, and it's going to load, and we just gotta wait. All right, so while I was building the code, is exactly what I told you. Are going to expect some errors, and this, as you can see if you read, this is ESLint errors. All right, so ESLint doesn't actually, the errors that ESLint gives doesn't actually make the code stop working. This is just they are just errors that just to keep your code clean, you know. So for example, you have here error props is defined but never used. So we defined props but we really never used. Okay, so those errors, they are not going to change the way that your code works. Okay, so how do we disable that? Okay, so we have to go back to Visual Studio Code, and here on nextconfig.mjs, you are below here the images. You're going to say ESLint, and then it's going to open brackets. Let me zoom that for you. You can open brackets and then say ignore during builds. Okay, so this is going to just ignore the ESLint errors while we are building. Okay, the same behavior works happens with TypeScript, so we can say the same. So TypeScript ignore build errors. So this is going to do exactly what I told. Okay, so now just to commit this again, you can say git add everything. So it's going to add everything on the fly, and then git commit. Let me type that correctly. So git commit /m, and then I'm going to say changed next config.mjs, like just to say what we did on this version. Okay, and then I'm going to say git push origin main. Okay, so this is going to upload the changes that we've made. All right, so we gotta do this again. So here on Vercel, you're going to go to the same page, and then you click here on import, and then you gotta say here, for example, Mira example. You can give the name that you want, and then on environments, you just gotta paste every environment variable that you got on your .env, and then you just hit deploy. All right, and also make sure that the same message that you got here on commit, so the same message that I got here on commit, changed next config.mjs, is the same one that is showing down here. Okay, so you know that is uploading the right version of your code. All right, so we got one more error that is from Prisma, and when you're deploying an application, you can expect errors, which is normal. So the error that we got is from Prisma, is saying that Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel, which catches dependencies. This leads to an outdated Prisma client because Prisma auto generation isn't triggered. To fix this, make sure to run Prisma generate command during the build process. Okay, so what we need to do again to fix this error is go on package.json, okay, and just go all the way up, and there is this command next build, all right, which is going to build the application. So before actually building the application, we're going to run npx prisma generate, just like so. All right, so now with this we can one more time git add and then git commit and give in a message saying change package.json, and then git push origin main, like this. All right, now with this we can go back to Vercel, and we're going to hit deploy again. Congratulations, you have deployed a new project to my project. There we go. Now you can see that our project was finally deployed. It's not fully working, you're going to see in a minute, but here it is. With Mira is finally on the internet. So when you click on get started, you're going to see the message showing up. Don't worry, you don't have to re-upload again. You can go here on Vercel and then click on Mira example, and then you are going to settings, and once in settings you need to go on development, and then you just gotta go on production, and here on production you're going to scroll down and you're going to find the variables. All right, so what is happening is that the variables that we got here, so let me see, for example, the base URL, you're going to see that is localhost 3001. So what we gotta do is just change to a new URL. All right, so what you gotta do is go to Auth0, and then you click here on create application. In this time, we're going to create a new application for regular web applications. You can give the name Mira/production, like this, and then click here on create. It's going to create the thing for you, and then click here on Next.js. This is the thing that we are using, and there we go. Here on quick start you have all of the information that you need to add it to the credentials. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, it's here on setting, and it is. So here on settings you're going to copy the client ID, go back to Vercel, and then you gotta click here on edit for the client ID, and you just gotta paste. All right, so I'm going to save this. There we go. And now we also need the base URL. Okay, in our case you're going to copy the URL that we already have. So let me go here to project, and then domains, that's the base URL. So we just gotta copy this, and then here on base URL we just gotta change to the base URL. All right, so we have the base URL, client ID, we're going to see the secret. Okay, so again, click here on edit, and then go to Auth0. You're going to copy here the secret, and then here on value you just gotta change it. Okay, so now let me click here on save again, and same thing for the client secret. I'm going to paste here. Okay, save, nice. And then the issue base URL, now I just gotta go back to Auth0 again, and then here on the quick start you just gotta scroll down, find the base URL right here, which is the issue base URL. Again, go back to Vercel and just paste it down here. All right, so the database URL and upload thing token, they are going to be the same. All right, and with this now it's done. Right, so now let's just hit a refresh here and say click on get started. All right, so we actually changed the environment variables, but our app was not redeployed. All right, so we have to do that manually. Okay, so let me go back on the code, and we can change minor things here. So let me go to the app, for example, and then app, and then page, and then let me say let's say here Mira is the let me say just get started with 2 Ds right here, just to make sure that this is actually going, just to make sure that this is actually going to upload. Okay, so remember, you have to actually change something in the code to to be able to upload, to deploy this to the internet. Otherwise GitHub is not going to force the re-upload. Okay, so let me say git add like this, and then git commit, and then here let me say like force deploy or something like this, and then git push origin main, or you could just create a new project here on Vercel and redeploy it. Okay, so now you can see that this is this is loading, and I'm going to go back. I'm going to be back once it's done. If you are a beginner or a senior developer that wants a new challenge, then you are in the right place. In this step-by-step guide, you're going to build Mira, a complete project management application, which I'm going to show you in just a minute. By building this app, you're going to improve your skills in Next.js, know best and common practice used on programming, and much more. The stack that we are going to use in this project is Next.js, Prisma, SQL, and much more. Alright, that's enough talk. Now I'm going to show you the whole application working. Alright, now the application is deployed. Let me go back and click here on get started. So what we got is the provided redirect URI is not in the list of allowed, callback, or else. Alright, so what we have to do again is go to Auth0 and then go here on settings, and then scroll down until you find the allowed, callback, or else. So here we're going to say https/ basically you just gotta copy your app URL and paste it down here. Okay, so now you can click on save changes, and let me try again. So let me click here on get started, and then here's going to be https Mira example for my case, .vercel/app, and then make sure you add /API/auth/callback. Okay, and finally you can click here on save changes. Alright, and now let me go back to the application again. So click here on get started, and finally here it is. There we go. Okay, so let me try to log in, and there we go. So now I can see here the project, so that means that our database is working. Let me just, alright, so there we go, we have our app working. And if you encounter any errors, then just let me know and I will help you. By the way, there's a link down on the description that you can find about, and there's a link on the description to my Discord community, which you can ask questions and I'll be there to help with this. This is it, and I see you on the next one.